We are waiting for our colleague, Commissioner Goodman, to join us via online. But I'm going to go ahead and call to order the meeting of the North Dakota Ethics Commission here today, Friday, March 27th, 2026 at approximately 9:05 a.m. Good morning, everyone, and welcome.
Morning.
I'll note that Pam and Jared are in the office with our staff. Mark and I are online, and we are waiting for Judge Goodman to join us. We'll give him just another minute. Commissioners, I'm going to ask you to please review the agenda. And Rebecca or Logan, do we have any additional items for the agenda?
Cindy, I'm going to have 3 complaints that need to be added to the list. They were overlooked.
Okay.
But I think I can add them once we call the meeting to order. Or did you? Oh, you did.
I did.
Sorry.
I did call the meeting to order.
Okay. I apologize for that. So we would like to add 24031, complaint number 24031, complaint number 25040, and complaint number 25058 to item number 13 on the agenda.
So noted. Any other additions or changes, corrections to the agenda? Hearing none, we will move on to item 3, public comment period, our new agenda item. Rebecca, I'm not sure how to handle this.
Cindy, we had, I can give just a quick intro, I guess you could call it, is that we have Lisa Cruz from the financial institutions. She is the commissioner of financial institutions. She can introduce herself, but she is online and is taking the opportunity to comment during this public comment period. So I believe Addie is doing what she needs to do on the logistical side so that Commissioner Cruz has the ability to chat with the commission. There she is.
All right, and comments are limited to 10 minutes, right?
Yes.
For our policy?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Lisa, and welcome.
Well, good morning.
You're our first guest on the public comment period, so welcome.
Well, thank you. Wow, what an honor. Well, thank you so much for opening this up and allowing me to address the commission because I have sent you a letter and I just wanted to, provide maybe a little bit more detail. So as you may know, the Department of Financial Institutions, we are a regulatory agency. So we oversee North Dakota's state charter banks and credit unions and all other non-bank entities providing financial services in North Dakota. And so my comments are related to the travel rule travel that is on your agenda later today. And I really appreciate Director Binstock meeting with me and responding to my questions. And I really so thank you. And thank you also for sending me the latest draft of the travel rule. Because the letter I submitted 2 days ago was in response to the November version of the rules. And I did not see the new version until yesterday when Rebecca forwarded it to me. So I will say it looks to me that the revised rules and some of the revised definitions may address some of my concerns. I would like to offer that I find the rules a little bit difficult to understand. I had to go back and forth quite a bit between the definitions and what is later in the document just to see what applies. But as I had outlined in my letter, my concerns about the rules have not just been the duplication of reporting, but in the role that I serve, speculation into why I travel to certain banks in the state is just not healthy for our financial system because people might speculate and wonder why I go to a certain bank many times, and it can cause undue concern and maybe cause bank runs. I also engage with other states and the federal government in joint supervision efforts and serve on boards in Washington, D.C., where agendas are confidential, but where I believe it is very important that North Dakota has a voice. So the publication of the agendas might be problematic. If I am one part of many topics, even locally on an agenda, and the group are going through potential legislation, litigation, that is really not my agenda to disclose. It might include damaging legislative strategy discussion or litigation strategy that if I disclose it, they would maybe find damaging to their cause. And I just fear that I would then become far less accessible to the public because if they include me, it comes with legal risk under this rule. So at a minimum, I would really like some clarity that I, as the filer, can maybe redact portions of an agenda that are not relevant to my involvement or otherwise then protect the third-party proprietary information. The big one for me is the policy monitor travel. It has been modified, but I would like confirmation that anything that has a voucher submitted in PeopleSoft and has had that secondary review and approval is indeed excluded. There is no minimum dollar amount to report. So if I go to an event as a speaker and have a cup of coffee or they give me like a bottle of water at the podium, is that reportable? And it looks like it is. The rules had appeared to conflict with our department's confidentiality statute in the North Dakota Century Code, and I did not have a chance to ask our attorney to look at whether that has been resolved. I would say too that the 15-day filing requirement is not consistent with the typical state reporting requirements. The state has a monthly payroll process, so I know my staff, most of them just submit their expenses at the end of the month, but like if I have a meeting or an event in the beginning of the month, is that a policy, like is that exempted, or is it the time when I file that voucher that it becomes a policy monitor travel? So that is a little bit concerning because that's not really clarified. And so moving it to a 30-day or 45-day requirement would be consistent with a lot of what the rules are in state government and the state systems, and they could remove some of the confusion and eliminate any frivolous violations or even reportings. I do believe there still needs to be more clarity for boards that are appointed by the governor. I have bank and credit union executives serving on our boards, and they do not access PeopleSoft for any reimbursement. We try to make it as easy as possible. They're not state employees, so they just submit it to our office and we enter it into PeopleSoft. And also when they travel to meetings, they're always bankers in any other roles. And I would argue that they would not be traveling in their official capacity as defined in number 6. but I'm not certain what it means because they're bankers in both cases and their peers might review them as being a bank board member. And when they travel for a board meeting, and maybe it's a small cost, maybe they don't choose to get reimbursed, or maybe it's just part of it because the bank might pay some of their expenses. Are they going to be in trouble because they did not ask for the state to pay them? And do they have to, fully disclose all of that? I am concerned about finding bankers willing to serve if it in any way would feel like government infringement on private business. Whether you call it sanctions or penalties does not seem to me to make a big difference. And I'm still worried about the lack of due process for our board members. And there's a little bit of an arbitrary language when it says the sanctions may include non-monetary directives or an order to pay a penalty. What that might mean for one of my board members who happens to be a bank president in a local community in North Dakota is something I am really curious about because their relationship and community bankers. So anything that can affect their reputation is something they take very seriously. And so I want to make it as easy as possible for them to serve and not add any additional burden. So if they somehow miss filing a form and will face sanctions, these would be very challenging roles to fill. That there's no appeals, I feel like goes really against what your own mission statement includes when you say you want the terms confidence and transparency. This policy not including any basic due process seem to work against those concepts. Why would anyone want to serve the state of North Dakota, be a public servant, meaning so means you surrender your normal constitutional rights of due process? Even if North Dakota Century Code 2832 is not required to be provided like in compliance, the commission should be able to provide some basic appeals rights or can certainly ask to change the Century Code just so we can have this very fundamental American right and human right to have due process. Um, those are my remarks. Thank you again for allowing me to talk to them with you or just address that. And Ms. Binstock, thank you again for your willingness to visit with me and address my concerns. And then that concludes my remarks, and I stand for any questions.
All right, so I guess commissioners and our staff. And I'm going to note publicly for this meeting that these meetings are recorded and then they're transcribed as part of our minutes. And I'm assuming your comments will be directed as part of our information relative to the travel disclosure rules.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Jared.
Yes.
I just want to say, Lisa, thank you for joining, and this is the type of feedback personally I was hoping to get as a commissioner. And I would hope we as a commission can sit down, review your letter, and provide some of the clarifications that you're asking for, because I think many of the points you make are more than fair. So again, thank you, and I would anticipate at the very least we would discuss these your letter and comments at the commission level.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think you set a good standard relative to how we do this. So thank you.
I hope so. Thank you again.
All right. And we're right at the 10-minute mark also, if I've calculated correctly here. So any other public comments? I believe this was the only one, right, staff?
Yes, Cindy, we didn't receive any request forms, and they do need to submit that form if they're going to comment. So that is it for public comments.
All right, we will move on to the agenda, and let's let the record note also that Commissioner Goodman has joined the call also. Good to see you, Ron. And we are now on item 4, approval of meeting minutes for February 18 and 19. Commissioners, would please review those.
Madam Chair, it's Jared.
Yes.
If any other commissioners need more time to review, that's fine. I would make a motion to approve those minutes.
I'll second.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the minutes of February 18 and 19. I have a couple of questions, Rebecca. Do we need to note at the beginning that the meeting was in person, or is that irrelevant? Does it matter?
Cindy, it wouldn't matter. We can add it.
Okay. And then my other question on page 2, under section B or item B, the number of complaints. Can you please clarify for me? And I think we had the conversation. So the commission currently has 39 pending complaints as of January 31. But if you add up the detail, it comes to 43. And I think we had that discussion, but could you just remind me, and maybe that should be clarified in the minutes? I'm not sure.
Well, I think it's because you would. But the state.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Madam Chair, I was just discussing with Rebecca. I think it's because the case management report for that meeting was for February, but the language in Part B, the last paragraph, is through January 31st, so it would not have included those February complaints.
Okay, so I think maybe something should be noted. Because if somebody just reads these, they're not going to understand that.
We can clarify that, Cindy.
Yeah.
If we change the language to be
As of the
day of the meeting, as of
Yeah,
As
just
of-
this. Yeah.
we can do that.
And those were my only 2 questions or comments on the minutes. Any other? And I believe we can do this by voice vote, right?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor of amending the minutes of February 18, 19 signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. We are at item 5 on the agenda, operations report. Rebecca?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will very quickly turn this over to Addie to get into our budget update for February. You'll notice that we actually changed the title of this agenda item. It used to be the Executive Director's Report. We changed it to an operations report because there's so much input from all of staff. It didn't feel appropriate to name it the way that it has been named for the last 7 years. So quick little change for the commission. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Addie to walk us through our budget as of the end of February.
So this is our, the budget update report through the end of February of 2026. Our current appropriations is sitting at 1,384,715, which includes some interim funding from OMB. Expenditures in February totaled 49,067. bringing our total expenditures for the biennium to $399,872, leaving a remaining budget of $984,844. Our projected expenditures through the end of the biennium are $976,640, leaving us with an estimated ending balance of $8,204. And then this number will continue to fluctuate as we move through the biennium. Some things to know, the professional fees and services for a temporary clerkship was updated. So this new number here will reflect that update. $3,413 was paid in February for professional fees. And then the outside counsel budget has $12,730 remaining. And that's what I have.
Thanks, Addie.
Yep.
So just a few things I want to go into detail about, just to clarify for the commission or for the public who is listening. You'll see that federal case, that outside counsel budget. I want to be very clear, this is not an appropriation within the commission's spending authority. This is from the statewide litigation pool. And we have had discussions about that $25,000 amount. And so I just want to be really clear, that's not like we have an additional 12,000 sitting there available for the commission to use. That is a separate fund that was established during this last legislative session. And then Addie, can you go up to page 1 quick? So one of the things that I just also wanted to point out to the commission, about halfway through the page, there is a Kogel conference. There is a refund that we received in February. We had planned on having more commissioners there, and we were able to receive a refund for that. And so you'll also notice, however, that for the 25-27 biennium, we only have spent $500 on our Kogel registrations. And that seems really low because we had 4 people go and it cost $600 per person. The reason why that is only $500 for this biennium is because we did utilize early registration and used funds from the previous biennium. So when I saw that number, my head went, what? And I had to do some digging as to why that was that way, just to clarify for the commission. So with that, Addie or I can take any questions on the budget.
Rebecca, this is Cindy. I think we should note on that that litigation pool that you mentioned. So it is a statewide resource, right? Could you just kind of maybe explain kind of how that works and how we accessed it?
Yes, Madam Chair, I can give a brief description. So the statewide litigation pool is a pool of funds that was appropriated in the AG's budget for the AG to manage and administer, I think is probably the correct term. But when the federal case was sued and we were listed as a defendant, we requested, based on a motion from the commission, staff requested that our outside counsel on the matter be paid not from the commission's budget, but from that statewide litigation pool that can be tapped into by state agencies.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments, commissioners?
Madam Chair, this is Jared. Addie, in past months, we had kind of a placeholder amount and temporary salary of 130,000 and change.
Sure.
And that, I just want to make sure I'm clear, that has now been replaced by the $98,000 number since we sort of clarified the clerkship position, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any
Okay.
other questions?
Go ahead.
Oh, no. Cindy, I think if there aren't any other remaining questions, I want to jump to, for the commission's review. Yes, it is only March. It's near the end of March, but Addie and I have been working on 27, 29 budget request projections, meaning what are we going to be requesting from the legislature? We have started with some of the things that we know we will have to request based on operational needs of the commission, not necessarily staffing, which Commissioner Kubrights will get into later. But I want Addie to I want Addie to walk through what we have been working on and where we are, and compare that. I can provide a little bit of comparison to what we requested during the 25-27 biennium for our budget. So with that, I will have Addie pull those up. And I want to note for the commission, this is very detailed. We will have this level of detail with most of the line items on our budget that we have, but these are the things that Addie and I have worked through. You will notice that there is a new tab on this, even from yesterday. I think we updated it at about 4:30 yesterday. So Addie, go ahead and walk us through it.
Okay, so on this tab here, this is for the commissioner's pay. This is just the projections for the 27-29 biennium. So it is just the draft that we've been working through, like Rebecca said. Here it's broken down by fiscal year. And we went ahead and added the types of meetings that commissioners would be taking part in, such as the regular meetings, special meetings, pre-meetings that are had with the chair. Then for the COGO conference as well, town hall meetings, and educational meetings. For the fiscal year of 2029, we did add legislative meetings to have commissioners come during legislative session. So it's pretty detailed, as Rebecca said. In the columns, we have the number of commissioners, how many days per year, roughly, we estimate that they would be in those types of meetings, the rates for their pay, and so on. And so the one benefit that's paid for commissioners is FICA, so that is added onto here as well. And so over here, you will notice the combined totals for both the benefits and the annual salary for the commissioners. This is the number for the total for the fiscal year of 2028. Down below, it's a little bit higher, but that's because of the legislative session that we would be having in fiscal year 2029. I added notes on the side here so that if there needs to be any sort of clarification, we have those notes. And again, things can be changed here if we need to change them. So this is just an estimate for the commissioner's pay. Any questions?
I have another question. Thanks for the level of detail, by the way. Just on the first two rows, the legal fees and then the town attorney's salary, just jumped out at me looking at our current budget with legal fees. Do we have enough in there? I see in column AC you have $2,000, and then maybe you have a couple at 14,000 in January of 28. Just curious.
Where are you at?
Oh, I think he's on sheet one. We haven't
Oh,
done,
okay.
we haven't done anything
Oh.
under sheet one. That's just so when we're done with the estimates, I'll transfer over the numbers that we've came up with onto that sheet.
I retract.
Okay.
I'm glad you knew where he was at. Valid question though.
I
So
should have,
sheet one has not been updated. That maintains from 25, 27, correct?
and it's not current to what February's was, so I just copied and pasted it
Fair enough.
just for future
Right.
uses.
So I wanted to just point out one thing for the commission on this particular, on the pay, is that per the discussion that we had during the last meeting, having commissioners available for educational events and having those, what we're terming as town halls. So that was something that was talked about at the last meeting. We did implement that into the budget. So those can be adjusted, but I just wanted to point out, the other thing, comparing this commissioner pay from last commissioner pay request, it was quite a bit less that we asked for during the 25-27 session. The reason for the distinction is because in previous budget requests, we did not include any pay for COGL, any pay for legislative meetings, any pay for educational meetings, town halls. The only thing that was included previously was regular meetings and special meetings. So what we've realized is that commissioners are paid much more than we had previously budgeted for or considered. So Addie was able to adjust that and add all of those additional things that we are actually paying commissioners for, but that we're finding in other places in our budget.
Hearing no questions, I think you can continue.
Okay.
Good
So-
detail, thank you.
So in the following tab here, these are the projections that we estimated for travel expenses. Again, it's very similar to what we projected for commissioners as far as the meetings go. Regular meetings, special meetings, town hall meetings, educational meetings, and the COGL conference. Here you will note that I have a column for the number of commissioners, the number of staff, how many days per year, and so on. Down below for fiscal year 2029, again, we added the legislative travel down here. And so with the travel, we included hotel. For COGL, there's flights that would need to be paid. The estimated per diem, mileage costs when commissioners are traveling or staff are traveling to these meetings. And so the total for the fiscal year 2028 is down below here. Likewise, for fiscal year 2029, the travel cost is this, and for the total biennium, it's projected to be this amount here.
So there's one note that I want to make for the commissioners on this particular sheet is that you will see that there is a number of staff included, and it is 6. So Cindy has previously said double staff. So that is what we did. Now, what is great about creating a sheet like this is that Addie, if we want to adjust the staff down to 3, we can go in, change that one number, and it will change all of our calculations. So that is, again, not set, but we did that based upon previous comments. And so that is why that number, there may be some questions. Well, we don't have 6 staff. No, we don't. But if that is the request, then that is where that goes. We can also break that down and split it between what we would need for the current staff. And then if we added staff, we could separate that out accordingly using this same system. Keep in mind also these are estimates. We did have to make certain assumptions when we did this, particularly with hotel rates. Once we are out of state for COGL, we went back and we averaged what the commission has paid per night, per person
for the last 3 COGL conferences. So we did not just pick a number. We did go back and average that. We also averaged flights, and we were able to use our per diem that we knew was going to trigger at least in 2026 for COGL. We use that kind of as our per diem because we're in Denver. So we did base this on some assumptions, but our assumptions are based upon either averages or calculations that we could use previous data.
Great job. And I love that you you took me up on my optimism that we're going to double staff at the next legislative session. Any questions or comments, commissioners?
Thanks, Mark.
Okay, go ahead.
Moving on to the following tab, this is where I have the projected interns pay. For fiscal year 2028, we included for 1 or 2 summer interns and a business operations intern as well. For this fiscal year, the projected total came out to this amount here. Again, similar to the commissioner's pay, the benefit that is paid for interns is FICA. So that is included in the totals here. We kept the same salary that we have now for both the summer intern and the business intern. Again, if that does change, we would be able to change the rate in this column here. For fiscal year 2029, the difference is we did include a legislative intern. And so it's a little bit higher for the following fiscal year. The total for the biennium is this amount down below.
I have only one comment on this. The reason we kept the rate, the hourly rate for individuals the same is because there was not an increase from the 23 session to the 25 session. We follow what legislative council pays, and there was not, there may have been a de minimis increase, but there was not a significant increase. So we did just maintain the same rate. As far as I know, that rate hasn't changed much in the last few years. I'm looking at Logan because he was a legislative intern.
I don't know, it's been a long time.
Yeah. But we'll double check those numbers again.
One thing that I did forget to mention under column E here, there is a background check fee. We just added that because a lot of times they do financial, especially the business operations intern would be handling financial things, and for that they would need a background check. So we went ahead and added that for each intern.
I think we're good to move on to the next one. Any questions?
No, please
All right.
proceed.
And finally, this is for office miscellaneous expenses. Here we have for the office rent. This is the estimated rate for the square footage. It is per square footage. We are potentially looking at a different space, and so here, if we were to get a bigger office space, we can change the square footage, but this is for the office that we are currently in. This gets paid twice per the biennium, and so that's why I have that here. The copier rent, we do have a contract, and so that rate will stay the same through February of 2030. We included an overage cost here because per year, they do calculate if we go over a certain amount of like black and white or colored copies. And so this is what we estimated for the biennium. And then down below, this is just for the office supplies, printing and postage. Again, this is an estimate, and also considering potentially having more staff as well. So we did go with a higher amount than what we currently have. And this is the total for the whole biennium.
I think you should continue the optimism, and if we're going to double staff, then double the space for those outlying years. Assuming we would stay in close proximity or in the same similar space. So you might want to, like, I don't know, double it.
There's 1480.
We can adjust
Do
that
that
on the
right
fly.
Yeah. There
Yeah,
you go.
demo.
Cool.
Well, Addie, I would just say, and thanks for the detail. And as someone who does these sorts of spreadsheets in my normal life, no spreadsheet is perfect, but I think you saved yourself some update work in the future. So
Thank you.
thanks for putting this together.
Any other comments or questions? All right, please continue.
So that is an overview of where we are to date on our projections for what our budget request is going to be. As of now, those numbers are approximately double of what we asked for during the 25-27 biennium. Most of it is accounting for things that we previously didn't account for, if that makes sense. So moving, Cindy, if it's okay with you, I can move on to the filing and case management reports.
Yes, please proceed.
Before you do, I have one comment. I turned my camera off because I think that the sun coming in the window is pretty distracting. And there's nothing I can do about it until the sun passes. So I'm going to leave the camera off. That'll also give me a chance to pick my nose without you guys being offended. One more thing I want to say is Chris Joseph was our research assistant when I was a district judge many years ago. So hello, Chris. I know you can just hear me. You can't respond, but good to see you, Chris.
He wasn't. He still is.
Oh. All right, let's pull up the case management report for February.
A lot brighter.
It looks a lot brighter. We have been playing with the colors to be compliant with ADA, and it's looking much different on the screen than it was on Addie's screen. So we will have to play with the colors again, and maybe it looks different on everybody's screen. It's not meant to be quite that bright. I apologize. Anyway, with that, in the month of February, we did receive 7 complaints that came in. We had 1 quasi-judicial form that came in, 3 conflict of interest forms, and then we had some 4 meeting notices. I will give later in the operations update, I'm going to talk about our website. Some of these filings that came in are typically available on our website, and they are easily accessible for the public. With a new patch that went into effect, there is some delay in getting some of these forms up, and we're having some IT resolution, let's call it that way, that they're resolving the problem. So we are aware of that, just for the public's information. We're aware of that, and we are working to resolve that issue. In the month of February, the commission dismissed 6 complaints. We did not settle any, and so based on these numbers, we now have 40 pending complaints. I believe that is up 1 or 2 from last month. And a lot of it comes down to the fact that we had 7 complaints that came in the month of February. Any questions on our case management report?
I do. Yeah, or question, maybe it's more of a comment.
Yep.
To me, just knowing that we had 7 complaints received in February doesn't give me any information. I would like, and maybe this isn't the appropriate time on the agenda, but at some time, I would like to have the discussion about the commission looking at every complaint as it comes in every month. And I think we could even potentially dismiss some of them right off the bat. The ones that are on the face frivolous, we could probably do away with those. But I think it's important for the commission to know what's going on, know what's coming in, and know what's going out. So whether this is the time to discuss that, or if it's later, I know there's a policy discussion later on where we can talk about that too.
Chair Lindquist and Commissioner Sharp, I think that if we talk about getting access to commissioners, if we can talk about that in the case management system, when we talk about that, because I think that's how we utilize that and make sure that we can get that information. But I do think that's important.
I do know the case management system is months and months away.
It is.
So I think we're going to need a different system in the meantime. I do know
interim process.
Interim process, because I do know how IT projects go.
Yes. I believe this is something that has come up previously about getting created, and it's.
If we want to talk about it, I can address it.
Chair, are we good to talk about this particular issue right now?
If we can, yeah.
Okay,
Let's proceed.
So the way we intake complaints is we have an internal staff file where we keep documents, and then we docket the number the documents that we receive, just like stuff.
Rebecca, excuse
Yeah.
me. I'm getting a lot of, I'm not hearing you all clearly.
Well, that's
It's like it breaks up.
Yeah, for Logan especially, it does.
Can you move the microphone or something, or?
We can't move the microphone, it's fixed on the wall. So I can speak louder, but the other thing we can try is logging out and logging back in.
No, I heard that well now.
Yeah, I heard it clear too.
maybe it's the direction.
Yeah,
you're
I'm
talking
facing
to.
the microphone. Maybe that'll help. I'll address the screen. So the way we intake complaints from a staff perspective is once we receive them, we open a folder on our SharePoint in the internal staff file where we have a drafts folder, and then we have what we kind of refer to as the docket, where we number the files. Number 1 is usually the complaint. Now, as we went through the latest iteration of the complaint rules, we internally have to, again, make some changes to how we process complaints. And I know Commissioner Western asked or requested to be able to see the complaints as they come in as well. So we're going to have to duplicate on the commissioner's folder a complaint folder and put them in there as we receive them. So when we have to have a meeting internally on how we're going to work, the 3 of us, how we're going to assign the duties for that. But the goal is to put a commissioner's folder in there, complaints, and then you can go in and you'll just see the complaints as we work on them. But as they come in, you'll have access to them whenever you want to see them.
And don't we deal with these in executive session?
Correct, Ron. Yes. This is just so you as a commissioner can go and look at what the complaints actually are and what we receive them. It's been on my to-do list, but I hope to have it, maybe next week we can get that done after the meeting.
But I want to be really clear that that would be a Band-Aid or an interim practice that we would do until we have a case management type system where the commissioners would then be able to go in and see a docket or a record of a complaint and what has went back and forth, et cetera.
Yes.
But we are working through that process as well. So I think it's a good thing to do. Finding
It's a human resource.
It's a human
problem
resource,
at
yes.
this point, because we're duplicating the task, but I think it's pretty easy just to make sure you have that information rather than when it's on the agenda, you get the complaint.
Mm.
It has also been a concern of mine that you don't have access to them as the commission, so. We'll work on it.
Okay, great. So, Madam Chair, I just want to state for the record, I feel the same as Commissioner Sharp and Western. It'd be nice to have access to them. Is it on a similar SharePoint platform?
Yes,
So,
yeah.
okay, and there's no, obviously that, there must be no issues with confidentiality in using that.
Not when you're accessing it on your state computer through the SharePoint. No, like when you go in and access the meeting materials, there'll be a different one that's just complaints, and then they'll be listed by numbers, so you can go and access them.
any other questions on that particular topic? We'll revisit it a little bit when it comes to the case management system.
Well, thank you, Pam, for bringing that up, because yeah, we've had this conversation off and on, and hopefully we can get to some resolution. And thank you, Logan, for the work on this too. Go ahead.
Moving on to our human resources update that we have for our operations. At the February meeting, the commission approved the posting of a law clerk position. I just want to let you guys know that is ready to go, but it has not been posted yet. It's being reviewed by HRMS, and this will be posted in the coming weeks. We'll specifically target the law school. When it comes to our summer legal interns, there's really not much of an update on this other than we have met both of them, and they both stopped by the office now at this point, and we are ready to have them get started. As far as the business and communication internship, this person has accepted as of earlier this week. I believe it was on Tuesday. And so Addie and I conducted interviews with our applicants, and our applicant has accepted that position. Thankfully, and I'm very grateful for him being willing to do this, we are going to onboard our business, communication, operational, jack of all trades intern sooner than May for the purposes of getting him onboarded and doing some training before Addie goes out on leave. And so the other good thing is that all of our approvals are through the process with OMB, and we have received a 50% reimbursement on the salary costs for all 3 internship positions. That was pending as of the last meeting, but is now approved. Any questions on those internship positions? We are really going to have a packed house in this office, and we're going to make it work and get along swimmingly. It's going to be great. It's all in our attitude, right? Moving on to the OMB communication specialist. So as soon as Addie comes back, and maybe Victoria has the ability to say hi already, but I'd like to introduce, there she is. I would like to introduce the commission to Victoria Nicholas. She is a communication specialist with OMB. And OMB opened up a communication specialist position and had sent out information to particularly small agencies saying, what are your communication needs? Do you have communication needs? Could you utilize somebody like this? I did respond to Joe and said, hey, we might be interested. We need, all of the people power that we can get. And so Victoria came on board, I believe it was in February. The commission staff has met with her. I want to be very clear, Victoria is not paid or does not work specifically for the commission. She is an employee of OMB, but she is a communication specialist and she is willing and able to assist us with our communication needs. I envision our relationship or potential relationship with Victoria similar to the way that we utilize Jill Mugas, who is our human resources specialist. And so I really wanted the commission to have an opportunity to meet Victoria today. Her services are free to the commission. I want to be very clear, this does not cost us a penny. But I would really like direction from the commission on utilizing this because it is a unique relationship because Victoria works for OMB. She doesn't work for the commission. But I think that she has a lot of great things that she can contribute to the team. And as I said, we've met with her several times and we've got to know Victoria a little bit. And we are waiting on some things just to kind of get the go ahead from the commission today. So with that, Victoria, if you could introduce yourself and tell the commission a little bit about what you do, that would be wonderful.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rebecca. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Like Rebecca said, my name is Victoria. I'm the Senior Communications Specialist at OMB. New to state government, but not new to communications. My role, as Rebecca said, is that I work with smaller agencies that do not have a communications team or individual to help build that capacity and help create cohesive state branding across the agencies. Previously, I was the program coordinator at Service Basin's Planning Council here I'm actually from Minot, so in Minot, where I led the AmeriCorps initiative for about 3 years, working with host sites, member recruitment, program development. And so in the 3 years in that role, my position yielded about $5 million in economic development to North Dakota. I'm someone that knows how to get things done and juggle lots of hats and, different roles, but where I shine is that space of communications. More applicable roles that I've held were at the Domestic Violence Center here in Minot during the pandemic. Communications was very, very different during the pandemic for survivors, and as the Director of Community Engagement for the Minot Minotauros. What excites me about the opportunity to work with the Ethics Commission is an opportunity to grow public trust and transparency for the commission. Create dynamic educational materials and multiple platforms for, diverse audiences and the challenges of translating what Rebecca has coined, legalese to layman terms. And it's truly, an opportunity to both grow as the commission and that transparency, and for me as an individual. So I'd love, to open up the floor if you all have any questions about my background, experience, expertise, please do ask. And then I can go into some of my thoughts after that I've kind of gathered from reviewing the commission's strategic plan, if you will, for how I can help support the communication efforts of the commission.
This is Pam. First of all, I want to say this is such a wonderful opportunity that OMB has given us to be able to use you, and I really appreciate that. And it's just that is so good, and will save the Ethics Commission so much money and time and staff. So we really appreciate you being able to work with us.
Well, that's one thing I have noticed, that the existing staff, they're wearing lots of hats, and that, the desire and the expertise is there, but the capacity isn't there. And that's one thing I do really well, is help grow capacity. I don't know if you all know anything about AmeriCorps, but the whole, whole point or the whole like objective in North Dakota is to help grow capacity at nonprofits. I was the person, writing job descriptions and programs and projects to grow that capacity. Being that I've supervised those roles really well, I know how to do those roles really well too.
Victoria, this is Ron Goodman. You can't see me because I'm off camera, but I am so happy that AmeriCorps still exists. I thought it may have been cut, but my son was in AmeriCorps for 2 years in Florida several years ago. So I think it's very good. So I'm glad you have that experience.
Well, thank you, Ron. And if I'm going to be frank with you, some of our North Dakota programs were cut in 2025, April. Mine was one of those programs, but I worked tooth and nail to get funding back. And when I left Aerospace and Planning Council, we had 100% recruitment for all of the slots that we were recruiting for. And we had 8 members in service. I mean, it was definitely a year of challenges and growth that, both me and the organization, we did what we could and we got things up and running again.
Victoria, this is Jared. Thanks for being here, and I would echo the other commissioners' comments. I think you can do a lot of good for us. I would also maybe just ask you to keep in the back of your mind. I mean, I trust that the staff and you will work together to figure out the best use for you. But if you were to keep in the back of your mind, if you didn't exist, what sort of a position or workload would a communications person require as part of the Ethics Commission? I would be interested in your assessment of that as well.
So what I can do to keep in mind is, and this is how I work in general, is, I build out not just like, hey, what are we doing to attack today or to attack this month's communications need? I like to build those project templates so that, if I am not available or if there is a transition in staff, we have that long-term sustainability with that capacity. And like, I would say long-term goal for the commission is to build out your comms and develop those plans so that you can either bring on, a full-time staff or it can be a shared duty, and that you have the long-term support to be successful without a me. And that to me would, if you're talking about like key metrics or like, like tangible results for you all is to be sustainable and to have that capacity outside of me. I'm just here to help in the meantime.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome. If there's anybody else, please let me know, and then I can dive into just some of my key thoughts from your strategic plan. Rebecca sent it over a few weeks ago and I had some time to review it and just, see where I could plug in with the expertise and experience I have.
Well, it's really nice to meet you, Victoria, and thank you so much. And thanks to OMB. It's like, yay, to provide the service.
I will pass the gratitude on to Jen. That was all Jen and petitioning this last legislative session for my role. From what I understand, she said it's been a much needed role for a long time. And so that has been all her. And I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to be here.
Yeah. One other aspect, as you get to know us and the work of the commission and what we're trying to do specific to education, which is a specific, I guess, work product that we want to do as part of who we are as the North Dakota Ethics Commission. But there's another aspect, and I think more to our newer colleagues on the commission, our 3 new commissioners, relative to commissioners themselves engaging in communications. And how do we do that? How do we do it well? How do we make sure that we're all unified in the message and messaging and how that's delivered, and but also just I think better help us develop our skills relative to the different audiences we're going to be interacting with, whether it's the public in general, whether it's a specific state agency, whether it's the legislators themselves in that. But because I think having, I guess, specific or articulated messaging is really, really important. And then for us as a body to be on the same page for that messaging. Some things to think about to help us be better at what we do and what we think we're supposed to be doing. And that.
Absolutely. No, I understand what you're saying. So from y'all's strategic plan, the key areas that I noticed, again, as you highlighted, are, developing educational resources for all stakeholders and developing that culture of integrity across state government. And so with conversations with Rebecca and her team, we've identified three primary audiences of the commission. And those are our public officials, our candidates, our lobbyists, our interagencies, and the general public. And so kind of my first plan of attack, if you will, kind of where we're going to say phase one is just to grow that immediate capacity by increasing timeliness of, whether it is, maybe a news story that was unexpected or, kind of those unexpected things. We're going to grow that integrity and transparency. It's going to help increase visibility and create accessible language to all of their audiences. And the activities I've, really, worked on, just, kind of brainstorming of where I can provide support is, immediately is developing talking points for all of the commissioners so that we have our, general language. I have learned one thing with working in the nonprofit world is that you really have to have a cohesive agency voice. And while we have, the Be Legendary government voice, you as a commission need to have clarity on what that agency voice looks like. And so, just really refining that. So if some of those unexpected things happen, we have a reference sheet of like, okay, this is procedure. These are the things that, the key talking points I can highlight. And just very much, us honing in on, what we need to do if some of those unexpected things happen. The next thing I think for capacity building is really, rebuilding kind of that webinar support, helping with, creating some innovative engagement tools, making sure it's within ADA compliance, within the state branding, all of those things that, again, is going to create that cohesiveness. We know when brands are consistent, engagement and public trust increases by 30%. And so one of those things, that's an easy, we can check it off the box. One of the other things that I'd like to help resume is the quarterly newsletters and help develop, again, another touch point that was already being done, but we have limited capacity at the moment. Create templates for reports by, biennial impact report, director's report, commission meetings, all of those things. One of the things Rebecca highlighted just a few minutes ago was like, hey, we're trying to get this within ADA compliance, but that doesn't quite work like right. Refining that space, again, is going to just help us with capacity from the get-go. One of the other things I'd like to do as we resume webinars is develop a post attendance survey and tracking tools for the engagement, whether that's, with the newsletters or the webinars, so that we have a space to collect data and to know where your baseline is. That'll give us the foundational capacity for long-term comm support. I also, I want to do a website audit to see where I can help plug in more. That's something I'm doing across all the state agencies this past week while doing the Department of Labor and Human Rights audit. I found that, April is Fair Housing Awareness Month. That's nothing that we've talked about previously, but I found it in last year's, news release. And I was like, hey, Zach, this is something I can help with. And, right now we're running pretty quickly since April's right around the corner, but having those insights will help me serve you better. The last space is really doing a deep dive on y'all's public opinion survey. That's going to help me understand what the public wants to know more about, what the public cares about, and really shape that long-term comms plan. Do we have any questions right now on just kind of phase one, just growing capacity? Can I explain more? Those were very brief overviews of those activities.
Wow, you've jumped right in.
Yeah. That's what I do. I figure, hey, you all have to feel comfortable with me being in your space. And if you're not comfortable, then it's not going to be a successful relationship. If one thing I learned really well is that consent and transparency, it's not just how we carry ourselves as a person, but it's how we carry ourselves as a professional. And very much my role at the Domestic Violence Center taught me that.
Victoria, I was just gonna say, I don't have any questions for you, but if there's anything the commissioners can do to help us, please let us know.
Absolutely. Thank you. So the next phase of what I anticipate doing for you all is really diversifying your formats of your existing materials to your different audiences and having that segmentation of your comms. And that is going to be creating short sheets for, what we need, the information we need to be conveying. And so that is both for, staff use, commissioner use. That segmentation will really help us target those specific audiences and stakeholders. I think another place that we can optimize your comms is on the website. We have a frequently asked questions page just for readability and current issues. It is very awesome. It's very in depth of like, this is topics, these are all the questions, but how can we, make that a little bit more user friendly, keep within ADA compliance, but also have that transparent space. And so from that segmentation, that brings us to phase 3, where I really want to grow your engagement to develop that long-term trust, make you accessible, more transparent. And so that growing engagement is, the opportunity to explore new audiences and new ways to connect with stakeholders. And so, creating a little bit more of a social media presence. A lot of my agencies are having me create LinkedIn pages or Facebook pages as a way to connect. They are having me help with outreach and just different events. And so, getting you in more spaces is going to create that accessibility, that public trust, because it's not going to feel like, kind of you're in a guarded tower, if you will. The next space, I would like to really diversify, the kind of media, not just like the different avenues, creating short videos on the different questions for the frequently asked questions space that may create a really innovative approach to, communication or even that public trust or even ADA compliances, because not only do you have written format and you have visuals, but you have something, maybe somebody with a written communications disorder now is accessible. And so in that engagement space, I would like to use, 6 months of engagement data and the public opinion survey to create your long-term comm plan, to build out templates, see where that baseline is, try some new things, see what's working and not working. And from there, we can really, hone in on the audiences and the methods that are going to create the long-term sustainability. And so if and when you have a permanent person in that role, that work has already been done and they can just hit the ground running with what we know that works. And so with that, engagement growth, I'd love to help support logistics for, virtual and in-person town halls. I'll create the foundation of space for, the long-term dream of doing an ethics summit. And from this space, we're going to be able to develop new relationships with organizations, officials, individuals. And I think by doing this, 3-step process where we're focusing on learning understanding what our comms is and our relationships are now, working on fostering and growing those spaces so that they're solid, and then transitioning to growth is very much what Rebecca has told me about. Like, her personal method is with developing relationships is to, really, hone in on what you're doing now, that relationship now, and making sure it's in a solid space before moving forward to that growth. And I feel like we can translate, that, method, if you will, or, that long-term plan to your comms so that we're in a good space to keep growing because we already we understand where we're coming from. What else can I answer questions on?
Can I just comment, Victoria, thank you for presenting all of this today. I have, just from a staff perspective, we've really enjoyed working with Victoria and sharing our strategic plan, what our goals are. And really, I'm just really excited having this capacity to do things that the commission and staff, I guess I should say, I believe the commission too, has long known that we've needed. And so it's a really great opportunity. So I just really want to thank you for all the time that you've already invested in communicating with us and meeting with us. And thank you for being here today.
Well, I appreciate being able to be here and have, the transparency with the commission. It's not going to work long term if we don't have transparency and trust.
Thank you, Victoria.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. Like I mentioned, boy, you really jumped right in. Thank you so much. And commissioners, I'm going to encourage you to collect your thoughts about this and how we can utilize Victoria and help her as she helps us. In that, I've already got a few thoughts that I'll maybe just direct to you via Rebecca. All right, Rebecca, do we still need to do a motion?
Madam Chair, I would prefer a motion just because of to develop the relationship, and I just want to make sure that I have to go ahead. I know it may be a unnecessary thing, but I just think for the purposes, the fact that we are utilizing a service that we're going to be sharing information with Victoria, obviously not confidential information related to complaints. That will not be. We will create that ethical wall, let's call it. But obviously other internal strategic planning type information, I would prefer a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the Ethics Commission staff utilizing OMB's communications specialist.
I'll second.
We have a motion. Any other comments or questions? Addie, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hubright,
Yes.
Commissioner Sharp,
Yes.
Commissioner Western,
Aye.
Vice Chair Goodman,
Yes.
and Chair Lindquist.
Yes. Yay, motion carries. Welcome aboard and thank you, Victoria. I look forward to working with you.
Well, look forward to working with you all too, and thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Before we move on, Rebecca, did you miss or did we miss the education and outreach update?
Yeah, I skipped right over it, Cindy.
Okay.
I haven't. I went, wait, what's going on? No, I did. I will go back. I apologize. I was so excited to talk about Victoria that I may have jumped ahead. The education and outreach update is very minimal this month, but I did want to let the commission know that on March 19th, just last week, I had the opportunity to, I don't want to say I presented at Inns of Court. I don't think that is the correct qualification of what it was. It was really a question and answer session about legal issues that the commission deals with. This is really a follow-up
Logan had previously done, I believe it was 2 years ago, done a update with Inns of Court, and they welcomed us back. And Logan said I had to go this time, so I went. It was really good. It was an interesting conversation with 10 attorneys, and they were really talking about legal issues and some of the separation of powers and the things that the commission deals with that are what we call issues of first impression. It's never been done before in our state, and so lots of good questions. Also, just a reminder to the commission that I'll be presenting at Cornell in April. I've been communicating with the professors there, and we've been fine-tuning kind of what they want me to talk about. The last one is a bit of an update, and that is the complaint rule amendment education. We were really hoping to hold this event on April 1st, which is the date that the new complaint rules go into effect. However, after reviewing our current workload and everything, particularly with the ADA compliance on the website and the workload that we are currently looking at, I have asked that we push this off until about mid-April. I don't want to go any longer than that because I do want to make sure we get information out to the public, but I also want to give Victoria an opportunity to come on board. We've already been spitballing ideas on this particular event and webinar, but I wanted to get Victoria totally on board with our team before we can start utilizing her. So I believe we have this set for mid-April. I can't remember the date off the top of my head, but again, we're going to be educating stakeholders about the recent changes to the complaint process. Any questions on education?
Could you just make sure we know the date, Rebecca?
Yes. We will, when it goes out to the public, Cindy, and probably before that, we will let the commissioners know when it is. You are welcome to tune in, etc.
All right. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? So we are at item F under operations report. Rebecca?
That is correct. So moving on to our case management system update. So just as a way of reminder, both for the public and for the commissioners, during the 2025 legislative session, the commission received a one-time funding amount of $50,000 to create, or I'm going to call it start creating, a case management system. When we first asked for the funds to do this during legislative session, I believe we started out with a much larger ask. And as we worked through the legislative process, it got more refined. We then went to look and we requested documents, information from the New Mexico Ethics Commission about the cost to create their case management system. And it was around $50,000. That's where the number came from. I want to be very clear, the legislature, particularly the conference committee, when we were having discussions about this number, they knew, or at least some of them were aware, that $50,000 may not get us an entire system or everything that we would want or need in a system. So since legislative session, we've been discussing the project with NDIT. The head of NDIT, Corey Mock, is well aware of the commission's budgetary restraints. He carried our budget for 2 sessions as a legislator. So he has been, he was involved early in the process. What we have done at this point is NDIT is exploring options, which is basically the question of what can we get for $50,000? So there are some questions that they've asked me to present to you as the commission. And I also just wanted to update you guys that there are 3 paths that NDIT is currently considering. They are going to get their report back to me. I don't think it is going to be, it will likely be before the April meeting. I don't know how much before the April meeting it will be. As Commissioner Sharp alluded to earlier, it does take some time with NDIT. So the 3 paths that NDIT is currently considering, one of them is to use the $50,000 to basically create a process which is a procurement process, which is a request for information from private businesses, private IT companies to say, hey, how can you solve the Ethics Commission's problem and how much is it going to cost? Because of the procurement requirements, NDIT handles this process, and it's essentially a request for information. What can a entity outside NDIT create to solve our problem? And then how much is it going to cost? The second option that NDIT is exploring is creating a skeleton system. This is it will work for now, but not long-term solution. It cannot or could not be scaled, but we might be able to get it entirely done for the $50,000. This then would likely need to be wholly replaced in the future once we've secured more funding. That is the second option NDIT is looking at. The third option is internally within NDIT, getting a quote from them about how much it would cost to use a platform called ServiceNow, plus modifications that they would have to make. We likely couldn't use an out-of-the-box product to create a fully functional case management system. And then take that number that NDIT has given us and request the additional funding from the legislature during the 27th session. So in the next couple of weeks, they are going to present me with options. I likely am going to have them come to the meeting or at least present to the commission the options so you can be very involved in the process. One of the core questions that both NDIT and myself have is we need to decide or have a feel for, do we want to have both an internal or a behind the scenes case management and a public face? Meaning that do we want the public to be able to go online and see cases pending and maybe where they are at? Having that distinction is significant because it may be building two separate systems or integrating two systems. And my gut reaction is to come to you guys and ask what you would prefer. I think obviously complaints are confidential, so we wouldn't be putting names, we wouldn't be putting information on the website, but you'd at least be able to see a complaint, the date it was filed, and maybe where it is in the process, or we would work with Logan to make sure that we are.
Would they see what the complaint is?
No.
It'd be complaint number XX, file this, and it's being reviewed.
Yeah. Or it's in investigation, or it's, where is it in the process? But they'd be able to see the timeline of everything. So, and if the commission were to ever adopt a different complaint process or amend the complaint process or adopt a wholly different process, then that information could be potentially available on the website, et cetera. But the question is, do we want, and maybe I can have Addie pull up the New Mexico system. Do we want something public facing, or do we want it just behind the scenes?
Well, there's got to be a big cost factor in the two of them also.
Are you asking for thoughts?
I'm asking for direction as to what I should take back to NDIT.
Okay, so I will offer my thoughts to the other commissioners. I think we should build that infrastructure to have an internal system for our staff, as well as some form of a public-facing dashboard, if you will, at least, with the limited information similar to what Rebecca just discussed. Because perhaps this commission or future commissions make changes to the complaint process or accessibility, et cetera, et cetera. And I think, although maybe it would be a larger investment on the front end, I think we would be smart to build that infrastructure now for whenever we get this started.
Yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I would just add that I think we should prioritize the internal one first.
that's
And then, I mean, if they can only work on one piece of it at a time, that has to be the number one. And then maybe with the public facing at the end.
So it sounds like they have the ability to integrate the two. And so where if we did it all together, it may cost less than doing them separate, right? And really it's what do we want? Because then they want to consider that. But
Yeah.
prioritizing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. I agree with Pam and Jared.
I'm going to have Addie, thank you, Ron. I'm going to have Addie quick share her screen just to show the commission. This is a very simple, straightforward docketing system that New Mexico uses. And so you'll see that they have the ability to log in and to see their specific complaint that may be filed against them. Okay,
Okay, so when you say they get back.
the respondent or
Also the staff.
and the staff.
That's the internal facing one where you log in and then you'll see the
Okay.
non-publics.
And then that would also be the commissioners. So then Addie, if you want to click on the public cases. So New Mexico has their cases broke up between confidential and non-confidential cases.
But at some point in the process, they become public.
Yep.
So I believe the way it works with their system is they have an option to turn it on and say, now it's public facing. So then you can see it like this. It'll show up on the outside facing.
So Addie, you just want to pick one. So they have their entry number, or we call it our docket number. They have a date. They have the name of the document. They have classifications or categories that they had built in, and then who did it.
Wow. So those are documents you can click and access and view.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is when I was talking about how we do it with the entry number. This is how our SharePoint looks.
In internal.
But it's all internally and it's like a file explorer. But this is more formal, like a Word document system.
But like Addie, can you click on that status update number 2? Because I think it just is a quick. So this is just a status update that was added to executive director jurisdictional review. So they just went and did what we would call a text only docket entry.
Okay.
But then the individuals who are part of that complaint or case are notified of that. And that notification ability is really what we are hoping to build so that we're not emailing,
Well, drafting letters.
and emailing.
Yeah.
So that way they're notified of it automatically.
I mean, seems to me this is also a way, maybe I'm stating the obvious like I often do, for the complainant and the respondent to have additional transparency with
Mhm.
regard to complaints. They could log into this.
It's a little more complicated with our process when it comes to complainants. Sure, a lot of times we can't share information once we're so far along in the process with them. But the respondents especially,
Sure.
they're very helpful.
My thought is, even if a complainant could see very limited, like we made some action on this 2 months ago, or we haven't touched it for 6 months or whatever.
Mhm.
At least they could have that.
Yep.
So,
Something similar to a status update.
right.
Do you see any situations compromising confidentiality with this?
I'm gonna have Logan respond to that.
No, not if it's built right. I mean, any tech system, you have the obvious security concerns, but we have them currently with our SharePoint, and that's something that's built in with antivirus, all that type of thing. But with this, just making sure that when we put something in there, that the right people are the ones who can access it. That's the key, and that's something that we'd have to build in when we go through the process of making it.
Ron, it would be, to answer, it would be similar to when you have a case that is either filed under seal or a document that's filed under seal with the court, that the parties to the suit or the judge or the law clerk can view it, but the public cannot, we would be able to select who views it. Does that help with your question?
Yes, what I was concerned about was that other respondents would be able to access a particular case, not just their own. But that's, that would be taken care of, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
So Rebecca, can I go back to the last paragraph of this portion of the memo where you outlined 3 paths?
Mhm.
And if this is something that NDIT is going to discuss with us next month, you can cut me off, but I don't like to. I kind of like 1, but since this is a state agency, and we don't have an IT staff, I would lean toward some sort of a system where we can rely on NDIT and update and do maintenance or whatever, I guess. So I wouldn't want to create an ongoing, like if we hire Microsoft to do this, I would want to create an ongoing fee that we would have to pay. So is that something we're going to discuss or?
So I think that's something that we're going to discuss. When I look at New Mexico system, they pay a yearly, how do I want to call it? Service or maintenance fee that the entity that has created theirs, because a private entity created New Mexico system. And they come in every year and they maintain it and they get so many hours of service included in their yearly contract. And so we would have to pay NDIT because we have to pay NDIT to do things. There are certain things that are included, right? But other things we have to pay for services. And so this would be one of those things we'd have to pay either NDIT or a private entity to maintain. So one of the things that will come up in either option 1, which is getting that request for information, is what continuing cost would be to maintain the system. And that would also come up in 3. But that's a great question.
Is ServiceNow Plus, are they a separate entity or is it something NDIT built? I don't know, ServiceNow Plus.
So ServiceNow Plus modifications, sorry.
Oh, I see, okay, that was.
It might be. But I should have said and. They always call it plus modifications. So ServiceNow is a platform that NDIT uses and they are versed in and they can modify. So their individuals are the people, the experts on it, but it is a third-party platform that we are utilizing. And they use it now for all of our NDIT tickets, the intake, how they manage it on the back end. They gave us a demonstration of ServiceNow this week and how they could potentially build it. I think our view is that it might be overkill on what we need because there's a significant difference between what is on what we would consider the docket and then what is also our internal investigation type materials. And so separating those two on ServiceNow, they'd be all together, where on another system, we could potentially separate them. Am I overstating that?
I mean, it depends on what the commission's looking for. From my perspective, when I'm working on complaints, all we really need is a simple docketing system that can send out notifications and keep the documents in order where people can access them easily. As far as investigation materials, like most of that gets put on the docket anyway. So I think that simple solution would solve the problems versus when we were getting the tutorial, the demonstration, there's a lot of background information where you can put like notes in and things along the way. And I don't see that as being necessary.
And it focuses on workflow assigning it to somebody and assigning tasks. And we already have how we do that. So it might be too much.
Yeah.
For what we're looking for.
Yeah, some of that, if there's a turning work product involved, that we wouldn't really want that on the system anyway. So I think from my perspective, a simple docketing system is what I had in mind, like the New Mexico.
Yeah.
I mean, my initial preference of these three was number one. Do we have any idea if the RFI would require the whole 50,000?
They're going to share that information. They're going to tell us.
Sometimes RFIs cost as much to put together as an RFP.
Yes. And they are well aware of our budgetary constraints.
Okay, so you will just continue to work with them and figure it out?
Can I just get a consensus feeling from the commission? So the idea is to prioritize the internal system, but also as a second priority, have that public facing availability. I like the word dashboard. I think that's a good way to describe it. I'll adopt Jared's terminology.
I'm nodding my head.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I do agree. And I believe Ron did. Mark, you okay with where we're at and how we're? Yes.
I am, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I'm going to also suggest, Rebecca, as you pursue this, and Pam and Jared, I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot that because of your proximity to the office, and if possible, or if Rebecca, at your discretion, about having one of the two local commissioners come in as you continue to investigate and negotiate, I guess, what we're going to do, how we're going to proceed. So Pam or Jared, if you could maybe make time for the next follow-up on that.
Happy to. Yeah.
I guess the other comment I want to make is that I am appreciative too of North Dakota IT helping as best they can and trying to understand what it is we're trying to build or what our needs are, and to getting us to this juncture. I mean, it does seem like it's been forever. It's like, but it seems like we're also making some progress on headway, and if there's anything to kind of move it along, because I think it's going to help, and particularly to Jared's point about doing both. Yes, we need this internal system, but at the same time, we do need that public facing component of it also. Yeah. So thank you. Good progress.
Cindy, I do want to share that NDEC has a particular thought process with this project, and it's because there are many state agencies that are running into case management system. And so I think it's the Office of Administrative Hearings. They still do paper. Like they're on paper still. They don't have a case management system. So NDEC is really viewing this as a test for if, because we have a small need. Our need isn't thousands of cases. It's a few dozen cases. And so they're thinking if we can build it here and then apply it to other state agencies. So I do keep that in mind as I'm talking with them, that they do have that particular perspective.
Okay.
Am I good to move on to the website update?
Yes.
Okay. So I take a big deep breath with the website update because Addie, I need to applaud Addie and her work on the website because she has been working on how to get the bubbles, which are our issue with ADA compliance, into compliance. That's something the commission itself has to do. So I want to give a just big shout out to Addie on her work on this.
but also I want to walk through the commission where we are. So as I previously reported, the Ethics Commission's website prior to a patch being deployed was 91% compliant. The patch, and I'm not an IT expert, that was supposed to fix some of the ADA issues. They were working on it late last week, early this week, and on Wednesday, the new version of the website with the patch, am I saying that correctly? I think so, went live. Yesterday, Addie and I were clicking through some documents. Cindy, I think you had a hard time accessing a PDF. We are finding that some PDFs, our links are broken. Things are, yes, there was a patch and there are things that look different and they are now in compliant with ADA, but now there are other things that are not either on the website, have disappeared altogether, or the links are broken or people are being denied access. So Addie and I fixed some of those yesterday, and we are working through we picked the most critical things on the website that need to be accessible to the public. And then the rest of them we are working through with NDIT. Later, probably early, not later this week, it's Friday, early next week, we will again run a compliance report and see where we are on compliance. The good thing is now that we have, the commission's authorized us to work with Victoria. Victoria can help with this. So that was, you guys should have seen Addie's eyes when she volunteered to do that. So that is a huge capacity building opportunity for us. So we will add Victoria onto that. By the time of the commission's next meeting, this will have to be all up to date and we will have to be compliant. So this is going to be a big focus of both Addie, Victoria, and I for the next several weeks. And NDIT, they've been very helpful.
So are these bubbles, or these used to be bubbles? Is that what the bubbles were?
Those are the bubbles.
But
So
they're good bubbles
now they're good bubbles. They were bad bubbles before. Not that anything is bad, but there was too many links in them before. So when the website was initially built, those were created and they have multiple links within a bubble. Am I saying this correctly?
Yeah.
And you're only supposed to have one link in each bubble. So NDIT went and fixed some of those for us. But now, Jared, if you go to the education page.
Pull it up.
Yeah, why don't you pull it up? We have this page in transition. We'll pull it up.
It was also to do with the number of bubbles. I think we had it all in one row where it was 5 of them. Now it's broken down to 3 and 2, and that makes it ADA compliant.
Okay, so if we go, first of all, you guys are on the commission's website now. You can click and meet all of you guys. We think that's pretty cool. But if you click on the education tab.
Just so we're aware, I'm logged in, so it looks a little bit different than what it to the public. Just a little bit different.
So we used to have these bubbles. You will see there's this mock complaint, and within that bubble, there were multiple things that you could click on.
Such as
there still is,
yeah.
And we've left it up there, but now how it will be modified to is these tabs. So eventually that top one will go away, and then you'll click on the mock complaint as Addie's doing, and everything will populate below. So you'll see past educational events. We still have both of them on this page because we wanted to see what it looked like before we removed everything. So it's a duplicative website right now. Any questions on the website updates? We're going to continue to work on it. Moving on, the last item on the operations report
is just the public priority survey. NDIT is putting together what they call a scope of work. I received it shortly before the meeting, just minutes before the meeting. Once that's complete, there's about a 2-week turnaround time on this project. It is a short turnaround time. This team does not have a backlog of work the way that other NDIT teams do. And I had an initial meeting with them, and they were very excited about all of the potential information that they can pull from this Excel sheet. There will be a cost associated with this project. I did communicate, we want to spend as little money as possible and get the most data as possible. So once I review the costs, I have not had time to review that. I will bring it to the commission for approval. This might need to be a special meeting, or if we can take a break, I can review it and we can do it today still. That is all I have.
All right, I have 10:55 a.m. and I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. It's been a good morning, good discussions, good information. So we will reconvene at 11:05.
I have a question.
Cindy,
Yes,
is that light better or should I leave the camera off?
it's fine, Ron.
Okay,
Yeah.
not that you need to see my pretty face, but
We like seeing your face, Ron.
thank you.
Did you get any snow? We got a dusting this morning.
No, we didn't get any. No,
Yeah,
we didn't get any that I see. So,
yeah. Just a few, just lightly covered the ground, but yeah. But it's chilly.
yeah, it's cold here too.
So for the public on Zoom, we're just waiting for the office to come back online. It's so noted that Commissioner Goodman and Commissioner Western and I are on.
And I'm happy to represent as I look out over my from my office in Fargo that whatever skift of snow had fallen in the morning appears to be gone went or has blown away.
Yeah.
Skift, is that the word you used? Skift?
That is what my late mother used. It's a very small amount.
Okay, I've never heard that before. So, law school didn't teach me everything.
Well, I don't know whether I'm using a Norwegian word or anything else. I think Google's going to tell me right now. Skift. Yeah, that's not helpful at all.
All right, we are back and I will reconvene the North Dakota Ethics Commission at approximately 11:07 a.m. after a brief break. We are on item 6 on the agenda, ongoing business. And the first item under ongoing business, item A, response to the Office of the Attorney General. And I believe this is just informational.
Cindy, it's just what I have for the commission and what you had asked that I put on the agenda is the letter that we received from the Attorney General on March 4th of 2026.
I have some comments.
Yes.
I have to say, I was, like, this is a very serious letter. And I think I think we do need to take some action on this. I think we do need to decide how to go forward with this, because until we get the situation with the Attorney General's office straightened out where we can work with them, I think we are just really at a disadvantage for everything that we do. I think, well, our current commissioners were not part of this, so it's very difficult to we don't even know what's going on. So I think we do need to look to the staff and to the commissioners that were commissioners at the time. And we need to figure out how to resolve this and what conversations need to be had and how we can go forward, because we just do have to get a working relationship with the Attorney General's office. Some of the comments that I read in here, and apparently they're, looking for some apology from, well, and he listed in there, different allegations and that retaliation, and there's just a lot of stuff in here that I think we need to sort out somehow and come up with a plan of action.
Madam Chair and members, and I don't know that I take exactly the same position as Commissioner Sharp, but I think in talking through this, we may be able to have a collective set of views. Now, like Commissioner Sharp, I've reviewed the letters from the Attorney General's office from last year, and I've likewise reviewed the Madam Chair's correspondence from February and the Attorney General's correspondence from earlier this month. One of the issues from the Attorney General's office is a letter from February of 2025 in regards to House Bill 1360, which was before last year's legislative session, and that didn't pass. The other letter from July of 2025 is addressed to a person who has since died and focuses on factual issues that predate Mr. Wrigley's tenure. The legislative session of 2025 is a settled matter, and it's over. And the Jason Doctor matter, the Ethics Commission issued its position as to that, and that's a settled matter. Here's what I see. The Ethics Commission wanted to reset its relationship with the Attorney General's office, and the Attorney General's office appears to remain focused on perceived grievances from a long time ago. I agree with Commissioner Sharp insofar that as to the action that happened prior to my being on the commission, I have no idea what happened or what didn't, but I don't know. I don't see the upside in relitigating disagreements about whatever happened in a legislative session a year ago. The Attorney General's office is entitled to its opinions, but I think the people of North Dakota want us to turn the page and move forward. On a other level, I think that too many times government officials spend valuable public resources fixating on old grievances. The Legislative Assembly adjourned nearly 11 months ago. Now, to compare and contrast, the Ethics Commission has core functions that are expected of us. We're less than 7 years old. We have 5 people who meet once a month with a staff of 3, and we have a biennial budget of $1.3 million. The Ethics Commission has experienced turnover, as we all know, of 3 of the 5 members in the last 4 months. In contrast, the Attorney General's office is a full-time law firm that's been in existence since 1889, has more than 250 employees and a $100 million biennial budget. North Dakota's had 2 attorneys general this century. Respectfully, Madam Chair and members, I think that our core functions are focusing on rulemaking, focusing on the 2027 legislative session with respect to policy and the actual administration of pending ethics complaints. And I worry that the more time we spend spinning our wheels about whether the Attorney General's office is happy with us or not, the less time we're able to actually focus on our core functions. I'm disappointed that the Attorney General's letter seemed to focus on, as you say correctly, a lot of stuff, but I don't know what I don't feel very good second guessing decisions that had been made prior to our tenure. I'd rather us focus on our core functions. I'm hopeful that the Attorney General's office will work with us when appropriate, and if we disagree on policy issues moving forward, we can look at those policy issues in good faith and move past slights and grievances. I expect that the people of North Dakota want both an ethics commission and an Attorney General's office to do our collective jobs rather than just snipe at each other. And I don't know whether there's anything the Ethics Commission can do that is going to ameliorate whatever did or didn't happen a year ago. Those are my feelings as we sit here right now, and I yield.
Well, I was obviously one of the commissioners that's been around since the beginning here. I don't see the Attorney General's animosity towards us because of our attacks, our alleged attacks against him or his assistant. We did respond to him through a letter from Commissioner Sagsveen while Commissioner Sagsveen was still on the commission. And I don't see, I see the animosity in the Attorney General's letters, but I don't understand it. And I think I certainly agree with Commissioner Western's uh, uh, analysis here, and we have to move forward somehow. We haven't ever met with the Attorney General. There's been some things put in our way as to why we haven't done it, and I suppose at some point we can, but for right now, I think we should just go on with our work. All right.
I guess I don't have much more to add other than I too am one of the original members of the commission. And so have been involved in all this. From my perspective, we have in fact reached out in good faith and in good conscience relative to meeting with the AG to resolve these supposed issues and to try to establish a productive working relationship. I'm also fully aware that there is an inherent conflict of interest between us as the North Dakota Ethics Commission and the AG's office. And I don't know whether or not that's played into how this has all evolved, because there's different moments and times, as Commissioner Western really stated very well in that. So I'm greatly disappointed in this recent correspondence, because to me it just continues the controversial aspect of trying to establish a good working relationship with the AG's office. Because I do agree, I think the matters were moved or settled, different moments in time in that. And we have reached out now several times toward an effort of good faith, good outreach relative to, we want to try to establish a good working relationship. His last statement in this letter about that there must be this threshold agenda items, which are those things he's pointed out before any meeting between us and in the AG's office, and that. So to me, we're at an impasse. But as your chair, I'm still willing, if we could sit down, meet with him, come to, I guess, consensus or agreement that these things are moot, that they're no longer matters. We need to continue our work, which we are doing, and which we have been doing faithfully and in good conscience. So, yeah, I asked Rebecca to put this on the agenda because some of this is a matter of public record. And it's unfortunate because I personally set as my goal that I was hoping, and I'm still hopeful, I got 2 months as your chair, that we can maybe get to the table to talk about this and go forward in a good way. But I'm at this juncture, I'm very doubtful, and I'm sorry, we have too much work. We have so much work that we are doing that we need to continue, and that, so it's now a matter of public record. But I believe we, as a body, I believe we still would like to sit down and meet with the Attorney General and find the common ground and going forward relative to the work of really building confidence and trust in North Dakota government, which is what we're all about and what our charge is by the citizens of the state. So I guess I'll use Commissioner Western's term and I yield.
Madam,
Yes.
so I'm the only one who hasn't spoken yet. Sorry, Mark. There's a comment in the Attorney General's letter that says, because the commission has stayed silent on these matters, that others could reasonably conclude that some portion of the commission believes that we're beyond the reach of constitutional and legal norms. And I just want to state that's not how I feel. I too issue Madam Chair's opinion that I maintain hope that we can find some way to sit down. I'm not interested in the threshold conversations of what I consider to be settled matters as well. But I don't want to give the perception that I'm one of five. I don't want to give the perception that we're giving up on the relationship with the Attorney General's office because, as Mark said, the people of North Dakota would benefit from a working and professional relationship between the commission and the AG's office. So, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add my thoughts to the conversation.
Madam Chair, I think the only thing I can really add just as a procedural matter, the Attorney General's office was not a party to the doctor complaint. The doctor complaint, the ruling was issued, no appeal occurred. That I look at it as a settled matter. If a body or a office disagrees with characterizations in a report, they've made that clear. It is what it is. The only other thing I could think of just from a housekeeping standpoint is adding any letters or correspondence there to the record so that the Attorney General's office's views on something is there for all posterity. Other than that, I still think that the matter is settled, and I don't want to spend the time that we have for administration of already ongoing pending complaints and rules to just try to fly spec matters that have happened a long time ago. I agree that there's a lot in the letter. I just don't know what else really should be done from a procedural standpoint. I yield.
Logan or Rebecca, you've heard us. I guess any comments or direction?
Well, Cindy, if I could just step in, I think the commissioners need to let this ruminate and determine if we want to continue the conversation as it stands now, or as we've just discussed, continue on with our business, and maybe another opportunity comes up in the future. I tend to agree with Commissioner Sharp. I think we need to figure something out. We need to do something eventually to improve the relationship between our two offices, but I just don't know what that is right now. And I didn't want to interrupt if staff had anything to say, but I also don't want to put them in a position where they have to comment on something that they don't want.
Yes. I appreciate that, Jerry. Go ahead, Logan.
I think that's an issue for the commissioners to decide. I think Jerry.
Okay, Logan, I did not hear you.
No, I
I'll
think
repeat.
talking like you did before, maybe in your Norwegian voice, it works better.
I think when I turn to the commissioners in the room, the commissioners online can't hear me. So I will repeat myself. I just said I view this as an issue for the commissioners to make decisions on, and I'm not going to provide any input on what you should do in that regard. But I'm here if you have legal questions or factual questions to the extent the facts involve me.
Commission, I would reiterate what Logan said as to facts. I do want to share that as a staff, there are instances or there are opportunities that we have to work with individuals within the Attorney General's office. Perhaps it is not the Deputy Attorney General or the Attorney General, but it is their staff or individuals in their office. And I want to inform the commission that when we do that, we do it with the utmost professionalism and that we do maintain a professional relationship and working relationship with those individuals. And I just want the commission to be well aware of that. And that is the expectation that I have as executive director of the staff and myself with anybody in the AG's office.
So noted. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, we will move on the agenda under ongoing business. Item B, proposed travel disclosure rules.
Madam Chair, we have discussed this topic at length, and it would be nice to put a bow on it, but in light of the comments from Lisa this morning, and to be consistent with the conversations we've had, I think the commission should move to go into executive session to discuss this topic. And I would be willing to make that motion.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I think we need to use specific language, Madam Chair. So I can go ahead and do that. I move to enter executive session pursuant to North Dakota Century Code sections 44-04-19.1 and 44-04-19.2 for attorney consultation in anticipation of reasonably predictable civil litigation or adversarial administrative proceeding related to the proposed travel disclosure rules and on the legal risks, strengths, and weaknesses of proposed actions of the commission regarding the proposed travel disclosure rules, which, if held in public, could have an adverse fiscal effect on the commission.
I'll second.
We have a motion. Rebecca, do we do a formal roll call vote on this motion then? Yes, I'll say, Addie, would you please read the roll?
Commissioner Hubright.
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp.
Aye.
Commissioner Western.
I think he answered you.
I think he's on mute.
Oh, you're on mute, Mark.
I beg pardon.
Vice Chair Goodman
Aye.
and Chair Lindquist.
Aye. The commission has approved a motion to enter into executive session for the purpose of attorney consultation regarding the proposed travel disclosure rules. The legal authority for closing this portion of the meeting is North Dakota Century Code sections 44-04-19 sub 1 and 44-04-19 sub 2. The executive session will be recorded and all members of the governing body are reminded to limit their discussion during the exec session to the announced topic. Any collective decision, collective commitment, or other final action by the governing body must occur after it reconvenes in an open meeting. The prohibition on taking final action during the executive session does not apply to providing guidance or instructions to our attorney. We will now ask members of the public who are attending the meeting to leave the meeting. We anticipate adjourning the executive session and reconvening this portion of the meeting at approximately, do we have a time, Rebecca?
12 noon.
At 12 noon. The minutes will show that the executive session began at approximately 11:31 a.m. and was attended by all the commissioners and our respective staff. We will now go into exec session. Minutes will show that the executive session was adjourned at approximately 12:23 p.m. The public has been invited to return to the meeting. We are now back in open session. I will now enter, well, we didn't have any motions, but any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion or comments, we'll move on. We are in item 7 on the agenda, advisory opinions request 26-03 and 26-04.
Cindy, give me just 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, Cindy, I'm going to walk the commission through, the next item is advisory opinion request 2603 and 2604. In your materials, I also included another one. I forgot to add that. So Logan is going to ensure that we can talk about it. And if we can't, we can wait. But he's doing the research on that. So I'm going to move ahead with advisory opinion request 2603 and 2604. So 2603, this was a request that was received in late February. It came in from the North Dakota Library Association. It relates to holding events at the Capitol during legislative session. I want to inform the commission that this is one of the most common meeting notices that we receive, and individuals are who hold these events do reach out to our office frequently to ask for advice or what should we do, how should we do these. We direct them to the frequently asked questions, but I want to let the commission know that having an advisory opinion in this area will be very helpful for the group of individuals who holds these events. So commission staff notified the association after consultation with the chair that the commission will issue an opinion on this. And you have before you, you have in your materials, the advisory opinion request 2603. Any questions on that one? Cindy, on 2604, I'm just going to give an overview and probably let you talk a little bit about, hand it back over to you. But this request was received on February 26th. I met with Chair Lindquist and she can speak more to that. And after those discussions, we really followed this up with some questions that we asked of the requester because we weren't entirely sure what was being asked. So just from an operational standpoint, let the commission know how we'll handle this one is once we receive the additional information back, that is when the clock will start ticking as to the issuance of this advisory opinion. On advisory opinion request 2604, we have not received additional information to clarify what the request was related to. Cindy, I don't know if you want to talk on that one more.
Well, yeah, and the issue or the question was, if you look at the document itself, is that we weren't sure or we're not sure if this person is asking as a legislator. We believe so, but we thought, we better get it clarified, and that's we want clarification. Okay, no other comments? Do we get clarifying on 2603 or 2601?
So Cindy, I'd like to go back to the agenda on the agenda additions and add to this item
Advisory opinion request 2601.
Okay. So noted.
With that, then I will stay on agenda or go back to item number 7. And on item number 7, you will see there is an advisory opinion request 2601. We are bringing this to the commission for discussion. I included in the materials the additional information we received from Mr. Menard with SAP. I know that there was a bit of a discussion about this advisory opinion before, and commission staff is looking for direction on how to handle this.
I do have some thoughts on that. First of all, I did Google the Sapphire. It's their premier conference, SAP's premier conference, and it's like 70% are decision makers, and it's in Orlando, and all those big companies have that, and it's how they bring their top clients and their important people there. But the concerns that I have about this is they're talking about like one of the biggest procurement efforts the state has probably ever done. And it's for a new ERP system, which would replace PeopleSoft, and they want to bid on it. And I think, I mean, maybe it's a little wishy-washy, but I think we'd be jumping into procurement rules if we did anything on this. And even they themselves have like, oh, now we've rescinded our invitation because they even know that this is not a good idea. So my suggestion is we do not provide an advisory opinion on that, because if we did, it would be telling them how they could do it. And it wouldn't be, it would not be appropriate, I believe. So those are my thoughts.
It does sound like the issue may be moot at this
Right,
point.
because they've already decided.
Because they've already decided.
Good idea.
So commissioners, any comments or?
Do we need a motion? Or
I would advise you to have a motion. What that motion entails, since it was already communicated that we would provide one, you should probably have a motion to modify that original decision somehow, and maybe, I mean, you could continue the process and issue an advisory opinion that says you already made a decision, therefore we're not going to provide further guidance, just to comply with your original communication to them that we would provide one, and just that's the context of the advisory opinion, that you've made a decision and we've seen it further.
but doesn't the advisory opinion go out to everyone?
It does.
It does. Seems
Well, it goes on our website.
right.
Yeah. So we have before gone back and said we're not going to provide an advisory opinion because the facts have changed,
Okay.
and that's probably the more appropriate motion.
No, maybe I would just hate for anyone to look on our website and think that maybe we would have provided an advisory opinion that said this was okay if they hadn't reneged on their invitation. Because
It's a good point.
I would not want anyone to think that, because then we would be messing with procurement rules.
So Logan, you are suggesting we do a motion to, how did you say it? Modify our previous motion to do the advisory opinion?
Let me think for a minute, Cindy.
Yeah, because I agree with Pam's point that, but tell us how to do this properly.
Hey, thinking out loud here, Cindy, I think it should be a motion to notify the requester the commission will not provide an advisory opinion in response to his request because the underlying facts from the request have now changed. The prospective facts.
All right, can we have a motion with that language?
I do so move.
We have a motion by Mark
I'll second.
and a second by Pam. Further discussion? Addie, please read the, review the roll or read the roll. Oh, is she gone? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was gonna do it, but she came back.
Commissioner Hubright,
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp,
I,
Commissioner Westring,
Aye.
Vice Chair Goodman,
I think he might have stepped off. Yeah, I don't see.
You can move on.
and Chair Lindquist.
Aye. Motion carries. All right. I am going to suggest we take a 30-minute lunch break or recess. It is 12:36. Is 30 minutes sufficient for everyone?
Yep.
All
Yep,
right.
yep.
So we will take a lunch recess at 12:36 and we will reconvene at approximately 1:10 p.m.
I'll give Commissioner Goodman a call so he's aware of that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Right. See you at 1:10.
Rebecca and Logan, if
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. My phone out there? Hey, Joe, is my phone out there?
Yeah.
Could you bring it in to me, please?
Ron, your mic is on. You've got about 5 more minutes.
I know. Is that you, Cindy?
Yep.
I'm gonna call you offline, okay?
Okay.
doesn't do any good at all. There. There, that's better.
Your mic is on, Ron.
I know, didn't hurt anything. I was just adjusting the light. So I was being shown in my best, at my best feature, my best side.
Well, I'm delighted to hear that because some of us don't have a best side, Ron.
Oh, Mark, you got best side all written all over you. From whatever side you look, I look at you from.
There you go.
Well, as long as we're not on, did you guys watch the hockey game last night?
No, I didn't.
It was pretty good. It was closer than I wanted it to be, but it was pretty good.
I can tell you since the last time we've had a meeting, I had the privilege of taking my beautiful wife and two daughters to New York, where my wife was invited to a United Nations dealio. So we got to spend a day at the UN and check out the meeting that we were at was right next to where the Security Council meets. So we were able to go look at the Security Council room and the General Assembly and see all sorts of pretty darn interesting stuff.
Okay. What's your wife's position that she gets this this privilege?
So she is a district governor, which is an honorific, but she is a lion, and she's essentially the head lion of Eastern North Dakota. And it was in that capacity that she was invited to Lions Day at the UN. I myself am a lion, but my more formal title for this year is a hog. Hog stands for husband of governor.
Oh yeah, I'm a lion.
There you go.
So I know. I'm a lion. I've held all of the positions. Or we're going to be online. I'll let Cindy
Sure.
do her thing here.
Well, I don't see the main group of folks in yet.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're on down.
Oh,
They're
then
down below.
I'm going to shut up.
On mine.
All right.
Can you hear us?
I do
yes,
now.
we can. All right, we will reconvene the North Dakota Ethics Commission at approximately 1:14 p.m. And we are on item 8 on the agenda. And I'm going to turn it over to Jared.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Addie, when you get a chance, can you pull up attachment 10? Just the memo, it's a Word document. And while Addie's pulling that up, I will just start by saying that I think it's important to think about our staff and budget as intentionally as we can. As much as this exercise is intended to provide context to all of you, it was also served as an education for myself. And I also want to state that I have the word recommendation in this draft memo, but I mean, it's not said with any sort of authority or strength behind it. It's more for your consideration and hopefully to have a little bit of discussion. So attachment 10 is up on the screen. This is a draft memo that I wrote. Thank you, Madam Chair, for putting it on the agenda. What I did was I looked at every ethics body in the country. Some states don't have one. Some states have two. Some states have like 3 that could arguably be called an ethics body. But I looked at all of those, and just for everyone's information, the ethics bodies vary significantly from state to state. There's no two that are the same. You know, our neighbor directly to the south, who might be reasonable to conclude that they would have a similar ethics commission as we do, is very different. Very, very different from the North Dakota Ethics Commission. So many states do not present good comparisons to the North Dakota Ethics Commission. So what I did was I eliminated ethics bodies from states that didn't have similar formations, authorities, functions, and really purpose from what we do. And I narrowed the remaining ethics bodies down into two groups. First, I looked at 7 other state ethics bodies that were formed constitutionally. This is summarized in that first table, Addie. If you could have, so the first table that's like half shown right now is on the screen. Yeah, right there. Thank you. I think this is a fairly good list, and it makes a good comparison, good states for comparison for North Dakota. But there are a couple of outliers. Texas and Florida are just so big, and their populations are so large, and on top of that, their priorities are more advanced. What do I want to say? More mature than ours are, and just different than the stage of you know, our age, our developmental cycle as an ethics commission to where we are. So I think that a more useful exercise is to look at the most comparable state ethics bodies to North Dakota. And I based that on our operational functions, what the regulated community looks like, statutory authority, whether that was constitutional or within state statute, size and budget. And just for the commissioners on the call, some other state ethics commissions are not constitutionally formed, but they are statutorily separate from other agencies in kind of a unique way. And those are summarized in the next table down, Addie. Yes, that one. And the bullet points that are at the top of the screen there are sort of a more complete description of the factors that I looked at to develop this list of state ethics bodies. So first, you might argue that the states other than North Dakota on this list have much larger populations and therefore larger regulated communities than North Dakota and the North Dakota Ethics Commission. But the structure of their ethics commission or their ethics body, it's not proportionally more complicated such that it would require much more staff and much more budget to fulfill their statutory or constitutional mission. So, you know, in my opinion, to make an argument based solely on size and population, it oversimplifies the argument that we're trying to have here. And again, these ethics commissions on the table that you see in front of you, in my opinion, are the most comparable to North Dakota for a variety of reasons. Based on my research, and you can sort of see this from the table here, nearly every comparable state ethics body has a staff of at least 6 to 10 full-time employees. Some of them have more, as you can see. And as you know, the North Dakota Ethics Commission has 3 full-time employees. Similarly, comparable ethics bodies generally operate with a budget of $1 million to $2 million annually. And as you all know, the North Dakota Ethics Commission operates with a biennial budget of just under $1.4 million. So my main takeaway for the commission's consideration is, based on this research, I wanted to put data behind what most of us already have observed. My main takeaway is this: compared to our peer state ethics bodies, the North Dakota Ethics Commission operates at a sub-peer funding and staffing levels, despite having a similar or even a more involved or greater mandate compared to what our peer ethics bodies have. In terms of recommendations, or again, maybe a better word is considerations. If the North Dakota Ethics Commission wants to become a more efficient, a highly responsive entity, I think that we need to look at pursuing at least 3 FTEs, which would put us at 6. And to put some ideas out there, Addie, if you could find attachment number 12, it's an Excel sheet with some very crude charts, flow charts is what I'll call them. And I'll just wait for Addie to pull it up. And again, I want to state this staffing level would put North Dakota in line with its peer ethics commissions. So the top one up there would be a staff of, excuse me, a staff of 6 full-time employees. And I have some different position titles on there. Just to get the thoughts rolling on what sort of staff we might like to see. And I have 3 of my own recommendations here. So I think, number 1, we need another attorney. Maybe you call that a deputy counsel, or you maybe call it a compliance attorney, a compliance officer, however we want to title that position. We need someone, in my opinion, to support Logan's work and maybe do some of the more, I don't know, Logan's operational legal stuff outside of legal analysis. Some of the things that take up your time that aren't legal analysis. That's one of my thoughts. Another one that I think is important to me would be some sort of an education communications person. I know we discussed Victoria earlier this morning, but I think we should consider what a position that takes up some of those duties would look like: education, training, communication, those sorts of tasks. And then finally, I've heard the staff mention this a couple times, and I agree, some kind of maybe a paralegal or an administrative assistant, maybe someone with some IT background. I don't know if that combination of credentials exists out there, but again, someone to help with the just time-consuming logistical tasks that our current staff have to do on top of all the other things that they have to do. So those are 3 positions that I think we should consider and pursue. There's two other draft flow charts below with just larger staffs, and they include different position titles if any of those strikes your fancy. But you know, the top one again would put the North Dakota Ethics Commission at a staffing level of 6 FTEs, and align us with our peer ethics commissions. Again, that would be at the low level, of the low end of FTEs, but I'm also trying to manage our expectations as we move to the upcoming legislative session as it pertains to budget and all the things that legislators have to consider too. And then moving on to budget. So if we were to add 3 FTEs, and this is where I would need some assistance from staff and you all to reach out to HRMS to see what an FTE for a deputy counsel would cost us, for example. But generally, based on the research that I did, to staff it in this way with 6 FTEs, we would need to increase our budget by at least $500,000, probably by $1 million, to accommodate those 3 positions, depending on how, you know, HRMS says the salary and benefits and everything would shake out. So again, just to summarize, if we want to be aligned with the most comparable ethics bodies in the country to what we are and what we do, we would be looking at least a staff of 6 FTEs and a budget increase of $500,000 to $1 million. And I just want to state for the public record, before I open it up for comments from anyone, I just want to state for the public record that these staffing and budget adjustments, I do not believe, nor do I intend for that to expand the commission's mandate in any way. But rather I see it as allowing us to have the internal capacity that's necessary to carry out our constitutional duties. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to answer questions or participate in any conversation there might be.
Okay, commissioners?
I have a question. So when you looked at other states, did you, I know New Mexico got their FTEs incrementally. Did you see anything about how they prioritized which FTEs to get kind of in which sequence? Like they go for, deputy general counsel first, or the education first, or
Yeah, so
notice anything?
some states, so the best documents that are out there are the annual reports or biennial reports, if they publish one of those. And some state ethics commissions, I'm not gonna be able to remember exactly which ones, but some of them will put the history of their staff and how they added them and when they added them. I'm doing this from memory, but generally it seems like they would add to the legal staff, whether they called it a compliance person or a deputy counsel or whatever, to help with. And some states issue out lots of advisory opinions, so they would use that person for advisory opinions, and they would use it for complaint intake and review, to either maybe write a draft complaint summary and hand it off to the chief counsel, those sorts of things. But generally what I read through is that they would add to their legal staff first.
Can I add on to that?
Sure.
So, I've had many communications. One of my first go-tos when I have questions as executive director is the executive director of the New Mexico Ethics Commission. We've met him at
Yes,
Kogel,
at Kogel,
right,
yeah.
Jeremy? And, we have had discussions about how they added staff, and he focuses on if we don't have the legal staff to support the work, nothing else is worth doing, is kind of his perspective. And I'm generalizing the conversations, but he has done exactly what Jared has said, is focus on building his legal team. And they have quite a few attorneys on staff, because that then fuels them being able to get investigations done quicker and being able to respond to things in a much faster manner. So
That makes sense.
that's been, and then they kind of add the other communications and administrative people more gradually.
Rebecca, has he indicated, or have you had conversations with him about how he approaches the legislature for funding? Good question, right?
Great question, Commissioner Goodman. Yes, I have had conversations. I'm going to say the political environment in New Mexico is much different than the political environment in North Dakota. Pam and I had the opportunity to sit in on a Kogel presentation that was specifically how, as an executive director, do you ask for things from the legislature? And I'll let Pam give you her take on it, but it felt kind of like you got to figure out what works for your commission, because everything is different. Some of the takeaways were show your work, like show them what you have done, what things the commission has done specifically in the complaint world. So like emphasize your investigations. Well, I questioned at the conference, I don't know if that's going to help us. The other one was talk about your education efforts. And there was another one too about your compliance rates, I think, like how frequently people are complying with rules that are in effect, right?
Yeah,
I think that kind of summarizes it. I didn't find it very helpful.
I guess the one thing that and it was the New Mexico, it was the incremental. They didn't, it took them several bienniums or whatever they're on to get fully staffed. I think they feel like they're pretty well staffed
They do.
right now. But it took them a while to get there, but they had to work at it all the time.
They also started with a staff higher than one.
But, right. Yeah, because I guess our staff level has tripled since inception.
Yeah. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
I think I'll jump in with one question, and it is for Commissioner Hubrights. In terms of your examination of the, if any, of the underlying budgets of the similarly situated ethics commissions, were you able to find or see anything that North Dakota incurs as an expense that simply doesn't exist in other commissions, whereby we may say, well, but for this expense, something else? Were you able to look at budgets on that granular of a level?
Again, many ethics commissions publish their detailed budget. I looked at them, the 7 that were on the screen pretty closely. Nothing jumps out at me, Mark, that wasn't the primary thing I was looking at, to be frank, but nothing jumps
Sure.
out at me that we do that they don't, or that they do that we don't. I think what I'm hearing from staff as I was preparing to talk today is that they would like perhaps some direction as we move toward the legislative session for how the commissioners feel we should approach our budget and staffing request. I tried to be explicit as I was speaking. I think we need to manage our expectations for this upcoming session, but that doesn't mean we can't have a long-term goal to work toward. I'm generally with Cindy. I maintain optimism that we can improve our staffing and budget situation. But my thought is that we should pick 1 or 2 positions, and we should justify them as aggressively as we can at the next legislative session. I don't know. I would love to get 3. I think we need 3 more. Just with the environment, the budget environment that the state's currently in, I don't know if that's asking for too much. So I would ask if other commissioners have an opinion on that.
I will say, I think asking for 3 is, I don't think we'd ever get it, and they might feel like we're asking for too much. I mean, that would be, well, we tripled it, but it would be doubling the staff. And I guess I'm kind of with Jared, asking for 1 or 2 and prioritize those 1 or 2 positions with the goal in mind for the future of what the next one would be if we ever asked for another one. It does sound like number 1 would be some additional legal counsel.
What's the deadline to put together a request as it sits with the appropriate legislative group to make sure that we're not behind the 8 ball?
It's a great question, Commissioner. Typically, budget submissions are due and reviewed by OMB in July. We are not behind the 8 ball yet. it is only March, almost April. Our team needs to be cognizant of the fact that Addie will be not here in July. She'll be busy doing other things. So we are trying to get as much work done ahead of time as possible. Having conversations or starting our strategy, I will maintain that it is never too early to start strategizing and putting together and this is where the commission can really utilize Victoria, putting together messaging and talking points for all of the commissioners to be working from in that sense. I think you're talking very specific, but July, everything has to be uploaded into the budget system. I think it's maybe like the third week of July.
July 15th.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yes,
Yeah.
July 15th.
What would the other commissioners think of a motion or a recommendation for staff to prepare draft budget seeking 2 additional FTEs, just for a place to start?
I think that's a good idea. 2, and maybe we'll get less than 2. But of course, we know that Addie's going to add part of an FTE. So
Well, I think
I said Addie's going to add part of an FTE.
We got you. We got you.
She didn't get it right away.
Commissioner, in order to be able to put together a budget draft, right, on those FTEs, we will have to know what are we looking for? What is the position going to be? Because then that will drive our communications with HRMS and our classifications. So if it's going to be an attorney position, if it's going to be an investigator, if it's going to be a filing person, et cetera. The other thing that I think the commission should consider is temp employees and how we could potentially utilize them to cover maybe the administrative tasks, that sort of thing, if we can build money into the budget for that. So if you can provide direction as to the 2 FTEs, I think that would be a good start.
Well, I think at a minimum, having 1 additional person in council's office is appropriate. I think that different minds can have different reasonable views about what would be appropriate for another position. I'm not sure I have I'm not a monolith. What are others' thoughts?
I think the second position would be the education, because we know we need that. And that would also take time. It would free up time for probably both of you. If there was someone who was dealing with education, that would be my second priority, I think.
Yeah, for me, I think the 2 priorities are another attorney underneath Logan, an education and training person. And I put it, it's in attachment 10. I didn't speak to it, but most other state ethics bodies put a substantial amount of resources into their education and training programs. And we are currently doing next to none of that. So because we don't have anyone to do that. So I think those would be my 2 priorities. I like the idea of considering temp attorneys. Maybe that could be seen as helping with backlog of whatever area of work we have backlog in, complaints, filing, if we need some help when the case management system comes online to organize things. Maybe that would be a worthy compromise rather than requesting 3 FTEs. And see if the workload does truly reduce, or if we in fact do need 6 FTEs in the future.
I'd
like to jump in now. Couple of things. all along in this discussion over the last several years, we have directed staff to start accounting for the workload and what they're able to do and not do because of insufficient staffing. And to me, that's going to be the, I think, the heart or the crux of our justification. As much as I agree, and I really appreciate all your research, Jared, and how you really put these documents together well, very easily understood and to read. And I know you spent a lot of time in it, but I don't think saying that we want staffing similar to New Mexico, as nobody's gonna buy into that. At least I don't believe they would. I think that helps to set the context of the North Dakota Ethics Commission in that. I think the more important piece is, again, the workload and the workload needs and what kind of professional staff do we need. I agree, number one, we need at least one more attorney for Logan, but I think we probably need two, just based on the workload, the cases that have been coming before us in general. I also agree because we specifically asked for the education person last time and were denied that. So I think that's got to stay up there too. But based on the conversations, I think more recently, like within the last, say, 15 to 18 months, the point about a paralegal, IT, communications, administrative assistant, manager, whatever, those keep coming up also. So if we can free up Rebecca and Logan's time from doing some of these other things that could be delegated to somebody else. So for me, I really prefer, let's ask for it all. What do we got to lose? They're going to say no to some of it. But if we can articulate and justify the need, and for me, the need is at least three professional positions. And then if we set them up, yes, we need another attorney first and foremost, okay? Or then this education person, director, whatever it's going to be titled in that. And so if we can have a consensus among ourselves about what that is, and let's just go for it. Okay, so then my other, I guess, protocol question is, so the budget goes in OMB, but we just give them a budget as a state body, right? They're not the ones who decide whether or not we get the FTE, because doesn't that have to be legislated? Right?
Yes.
OMB will provide a budget recommendation through the governor's budget. And
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you still have lots of friends at OMB, Pam?
I got a couple.
But again, if we provide the good justification, explanation, context about the ask and why we're putting it in there, let's defend it and go for it.
I like your idea, Cindy. The only problem I have is I can see legislators saying, oh, look at this. These people are way stepping out of bounds. They're getting too big for their shoes. And, I can see that turning them off if we ask for three. But on the other hand, I can see your reasoning. But I just don't like the idea of three. I think that that's going to make people angry. Or maybe not angry. Maybe angry is not the word. I think it will make people dismiss us.
Can we, maybe a direction for staff would be to develop a budget with 3 additional FTEs and maybe an alternative budget for our internal consideration that includes 2 and a temp. Just to see where the request would need to be to staff it in that way. I mean, I don't think we need to make a final decision right now, but I would like staff to have a couple of options for us to review.
I think
Yeah,
that's very
I agree,
appropriate.
and I think that's the way to go. Let's look at the big picture scenario with the 3, and then the reality, and yeah, because numbers are going to say a lot too. So what are we really talking about financially, and then because the other aspect of that is sustainability. We don't want it to be a one-time thing, temporary thing. It's like, no, these positions we're talking about need to be institutionalized as part of the work of the commission.
So if I could, it sounds like we have consensus on an attorney. Would you say the next one would be an education training officer? And then perhaps a paralegal / administrative person? Is that enough staff? Do you need further direction?
And then we're asking you to put together the fiscal implications for a 2-year budget for all those 3 positions. And then if we could also kind of have the top bullets for justification for each one of those positions would be good.
So then when we have analysis between additional FTEs, I assume that's also inherent that you then need more computers and you need more of this resource, and whether or not that is going to create any office size issues and so forth too, as part of the mix.
Yeah. So Mark, Commissioner Western, how we typically do it is for any additional FTE that we're asking for, there's 2 fiscal breakdowns of that. There's one is the one-time funding we'll need to get that person or that position in place. We break that out separately from the ongoing appropriation that's needed. So, for instance, when we brought these 2 on as positions, there was, a $10,000 initial cost because we did not have desks. We did not have, those basic things. And we get projections on all of that. In fact, we are now to the point where we can reach out. The office people know what desks we'll be looking for. They can send us a quote. We can use that. So we gather all of that data and break it up into those 2 things. With the office space, if I can speak to that issue just briefly, I have already communicated with Brandon Solberg, who is the facilities, can't think of his title right now, but what is it?
Facility Management Director.
There you go. And he is well aware of our likely need for new space or more space. And I say likely because this summer we're really going to push the limits of our space by having 3 additional interns in our space. We'll be utilizing the conference room. We'll be utilizing Addie's desk, even though Addie will not be here. And we'll have 5 people working in this space. It will give us a sense. We do have the ability to put more people in what we call our bullpen area, where Logan and I currently have our offices. The commission doesn't seem to love that idea based on past discussions. Doesn't bother Logan and I that much. But so I have already had preliminary conversations with Brandon Solberg, and with the specific idea that we try to stay over in the judicial wing on this floor, or at least within this area. So we're not heading over to the tower.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so to conclude or to maybe wrap up, make sure I got my notes correct. So one budget with 3 FTEs and then an alternative or another option with 2 plus a temp or funds for a temp. Primary one being an attorney, secondary being, and I'm calling it an education training / communication person potentially. And then the third one being a paralegal and or an admin staff to assist with a lot of the administrative things that we now divide between us 3. Am I correct in that?
I think so,
Analysis.
but going forward, if we were to bring it to the legislature like that, with adding that communications part of the education training / communications, because we're using Victoria,
Yeah,
they
that's-
might say, well, we already got a communications person here. We're not gonna give you another one. I mean, I would just keep it education and training.
So if, just to remind the commission, we did ask for an education coordinator, I think was the phrase we went with during last legislative session. The Senate was on board with that. The House was not. Their big push was, you guys are already doing this, so we don't see why you need somebody else to be helping you. And
that there wasn't enough there to justify.
yes, and they
Which we
didn't see it.
disagreed with.
Yeah, they didn't see it as a full-time need. So I think that's where Jared's research, from a commissioner perspective, would be very helpful. Okay, we have direction.
Do you have the workforce or the workloads report, the analysis? I know you guys have been keeping track, but.
So Cindy, let me give you a breakdown on, we had, and this is a perfect segue to a note that I have, is the commission back in September requested that the staff look into and put together an RFP for a independent workforce analysis. I've had many communications with HRMS, with OMB, and then I did reach out to some individuals in the industry. The cost of that is going to be significant or noticeable. It's not de minimis by any means. And with the other budgetary considerations that the commission has, I would advise that the commission rely upon what I would consider to be the analysis of Commissioner Hubright's to move forward. We can do further analysis as well, but paying somebody to come in and provide that independent, at the time when the commission moved forward with that and requested that, we didn't have some of the budgetary considerations that we now have and that we've now made decisions on. So I do think that we should, my recommendation would actually be to not move forward with that and rely upon and further build upon what Commissioner Hubright has done. Second to that, I would say that I'm going to go back to May of 2025. After the legislative session, during the commission's May meeting, we had a very kumbaya, heart-to-heart moment discussion about commission staff workloads, meaning how much were we working? At the time, Logan, myself, and our then operations administrator were putting in well over what we should have been doing. And the directive that we received from the commission at the time was to stop doing that. And I think that we have done that better. I think we have to some extent. So what Logan and I do, and I've asked Addie to start doing this as well, is to track our time, and we can provide that to the commission of a breakdown of how we are spending our time and what we are doing, with the goal that when we go into legislative session, you will see we have not been working on education for the most part because there is not time to do that. We have significant legal issues and with complaint work that has to get done.
I also think it's a good demonstration of how much of my time specifically is spent on administrative tasks. Because we just have all of us wear many hats. So I think it's going to demonstrate the split of where we are spending our time and what we are doing. We can put that together in a report kind of format or a summary.
All right, and Jared, are you willing to keep going since you've already started? and in a really good way, because I know as we've talked about this issue, to the point of our caseload and how come these cases are not getting resolved in a better way or a more timely way or whatever. And again, it's always context and the individual circumstances of those cases. And that's part of why we asked the staff to really start documenting the time of the work that they're doing and then what's missing. And that's how we came to the conclusion that, yeah, we need another lawyer or two to help us to get through that, because most of it's a legal analysis, but sometimes too, it's just looking at it from just a simple common sense perspective of work and workload and who's doing what where and what's missing. And Jared, again, based on what you've provided us on the national analysis of state ethics commissions, it's like, oh my gosh, you get this stuff and you understand it. So thank you very much. And could you keep working?
I'm willing to help however I can, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Do we have enough then on this item? Are we? We don't need to take any action, right?
I don't think that we need any action on the preparation of the budget materials because there's nothing that's going to be presented to anybody outside the commission. I would prefer some direction on the case. I have it on my to-do list. It's on the bottom, near the bottom, I should say. But the independent workforce analysis, if we could have a motion to not move forward with that, I think that would be helpful, mostly from a fiscal standpoint more than anything.
Okay. So would we table that? To table the previous motion, or what's the right words?
Depends what you want to do with it. Do you want to forget it?
I think we can do our own version of a workforce analysis internally, and I'm willing to that or as much of that as I need to. So I think we could rescind or
maybe the motion is to conduct it internally rather than going externally.
Exactly.
I made that motion.
So are we modifying that motion or amending it, or?
We're making a motion to do the work internally rather than going externally.
Which I think would have it would ultimately end up vacating the previous motion.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we have a motion by Pam.
I second.
And second by Mark. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, Addie, please read the roll.
Commissioner Huber,
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp,
Aye.
Commissioner Western,
Aye.
Vice Chair Goodman,
Aye.
and Chair Lindquist.
Aye. All right. We are now down to item 9 on the agenda, review of policies and procedures.
Cindy, do you want me to just talk about this one a little bit?
Yes, please.
Okay. After the 2025 legislative session, so this is specifically, I'm going to start with the case management reporting policy. After the 2025 legislative session, the commission adopted a policy related to case management reporting. The idea was that this policy was going to be in effect until there was a rule in place. So you can see this was a very straightforward policy that was adopted. Every quarterly meeting, March, June, September, and December, the executive director reports to the commission on the status of any complaints that are more than 180 calendar days old. That now is the policy that is in effect. As of April 1st, the new complaint rules go into effect. And you will see as part of that complaint rule, there is a rule now on case management. And so this rule on case management has language that is different than the case management reporting policy. So I am asking, it's somewhat redundant. It's also inconsistent. And so we can either adopt or amend the case management reporting policy to match the rule, or we can just get rid of it altogether because we can follow the rule. So we can rescind the policy in light of adoption of the rule. Or the commission can, not we, I don't get to vote.
So it's the very same language of the policy, just put in rule, give or take.
They're a little more expansive.
It's a little more expansive.
If it's pending 180 days, it's the same. But if it's a complaint that's even older, then it's every meeting with the new rule. So it's more expansive. We're gonna hear about.
Oh,
it
I see,
more
number
often.
4, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
number 4.
okay.
I move to omit policy 20, the case management reporting policy, in light that there is another rule that's on point.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Hubright,
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp,
Aye.
Commissioner Western,
Aye.
Vice Chair Goodman,
Aye.
and Chair Lindquist.
Aye. Okay, so next item is the media relations policy. You going to cover that too, Rebecca?
I can just give a brief overview and then let the commission have their discussion. So this was a request from Chair Lindquist to review and discuss the commission's current media relations policy. It has come up for discussion points in various different instances throughout the last meetings. I'm just going to give some history. This policy, we adopted this, or the commission adopted this in November of 2022. The reason it was in November of 2022 is because this policy, I think, was adopted previously, but it wasn't written down anywhere. So in November of 2022, we wrote down several policies that had previously been adopted and have been the practice of the commission since its inception. So that is kind of the overview of the media relations policy.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'll jump in and I'll ask if staff is able to share the policy just so it's up on screen for those of you who may not have it sitting in front of you so that we can look at it. And I have some comments, and just like anything else, I speak only for myself. Is it possible to share that?
Yes, we're getting it.
All right, we'll take a minute. I think as a backdrop to this, one of the questions that I think we should ask ourselves as a commission is, there are times and there are places when, and it's up now, I would draw everyone's particular attention to subparts C and subparts D. Those are the areas of the policy that I think it would be appropriate to have re-examination. That stating that the executive director or his or her designee is to serve as the individual assigned to speak on behalf of a commission. And then sub D, all media inquiries are to be directed to the executive director or his or her designee. I think that there's really 2 or 3 issues that are important to me here. One, it seems to me that there are times when the commission should speak with one voice. For example, in the language of a press release, in the language of if the commission has made a unanimous decision to do something or not to do something. And I think it's appropriate for a commission member to be that point person, which really maybe then leads to the second issue. As a state constitutional entity created by the voters, I think that we have a responsibility to communicate on behalf of the commission so that I've expressed before, I have concerns that if the commission is not, by and through its members, if the commission is not participating in the media discourse out there over whatever issue may be, it runs the risk of having other governmental entities or members of the media essentially defining what the commission does or does not do. And I see that as a disservice to the work of the commission. Maybe there are times where it's appropriate for one commissioner to speak on their own behalf or to offer their own opinion. That really is not contemplated by this media relations policy, but as I see it, I don't necessarily think that it provides individual commissioners with much of that flexibility. So I raised that issue sincerely in good faith with the idea that I would like to omit C and D, but what the best step to replace C and D, again, speaking only on my behalf, I don't know that I have the best answer, and I'm interested in other people's views. I yield.
Thank you, Mark. I want to jump in because my view is that I'm glad this has come up because I truly believe the commission is in such a different place from when we put this policy in place. And even though it says what it says specific to C and D, my perspective is that it's always been done in concert with the chair. And then even though we didn't articulate that, so I recall my predecessors, both Goodman, Paul Richard and Dave Anderson, and serving as the chair over those years. Any media thing was conductive between the exec director and the sitting chair at that time. And as has been the case since I took on this responsibility last summer, late last fall, and that. So, but I think it's timely. I think there, particularly the last 18 months or so, I think there's been more things going on with the press and relative to our involvement or non-involvement or us as commissioners speaking up or not speaking up in that. And we have somewhat deferred to both the chair and or the exec director. I too don't have, I guess, an opinion as your sitting chair in that, but that the practicality of it is that Rebecca and I have worked very, very closely together since I took this on because of the circumstance and the context of where we were in that. And possibly maybe it should be a responsibility of the chair, but to me that's a commission decision. I would defer to all of you. as to that. I also agree, Mark, and I think you, particularly as one of our newer commissioners, have always, especially this last year again, you've pointed out the need for better engagement of the commission as a body, meaning us individually as commissioners, in our relationship with the public, not just specifically media, but just the public in general. And to the point earlier in today's agenda relative to us meeting Victoria, helping getting some expert help to help us to do that in a good way, in a better way, in a very, I guess, better professional manner relative to being the Ethics Commission and us serving individually as commissioners. And how do we speak? When do we speak? What is it we should be speaking on? And I guess hopefully having better unified voice about our work and articulating that in a good way relative to the work of what we have doing, what we are doing in that. So I'm not sure if these two items do really need to be, I don't know if they need to be deleted, but maybe they should be tweaked or rewritten or some other language or something. I'm not sure. So I would welcome input from the other commissioners.
Could we just add language that says the executive director in conjunction with the chairperson speak? Just tweak it with adding a few words to make it clear that the chair is involved. Does that take care of it, or is it more?
Well, I think that helps. And I also think too that to me, the point is specific to media inquiries, which can be something very, very specific in that, in which it says that in A, because I also don't want us to create something where it stops us or stops the commission individually from being able to speak about this work and what we're doing, which I don't think this does. And maybe this is where we need Victoria's help.
Well,
So-
perhaps
Go ahead, Commissioner Western.
all I was going to say is perhaps there needs to be, and I still think whether C gets amended, if it does, it should, I think, be the chair first and not the executive director, because we're the ones who've been asked by the Senate Majority Leader and Minority Leader and Governor to do these things. I think we're the ones who should be outwardly accountable for the work of commission, but perhaps having something under F stating nothing in this policy shall be construed to prohibit individual commissioners from communicating with media on their own behalf. And I know I speak only for me, and I don't speak for everybody else, and I wouldn't pretend to. I can offer my feelings and views, but they are only mine.
Madam
Well,
Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Jared.
thanks. I would support an F to somewhere along the lines of what Mark was just saying. As it pertains to C and D, I think what we're trying to say is that the commission empowers the executive director to speak on behalf of the commission. Oftentimes, most of the time, all the time, that happens in conjunction with the chair. But I have to imagine there could be a media inquiry where Rebecca has to answer a question on our behalf that she can't get a hold of any of us. So, is it worth spelling out that we empower the executive director in those situations to speak on the commission's behalf?
Can I maybe give an example of perhaps what Commissioner Hebrights is talking about maybe? Because if
let's say we have a request that comes into our office to have somebody appear on a talk show, on a podcast, be present at an event. Cindy, that is when I call you and I talk to you about it and we think about that. The instances that I don't call Cindy or somebody else is an instance where somebody reaches out to us with, we get a lot of media inquiries that are open record requests where they're requesting information, or they are logistical requests. Hey, what are you guys gonna be talking about at the meeting? Should we have somebody there? Those sort of what I would consider follow-up, operational, non-dispositive issues. I think having somebody who is in the office available 8 to 5 as the point of contact is helpful for media. However, I think that there are many times, most of the time I do reach out to Cindy and talk to her about it. It is the run-of-the-mill inquiry that we get. Can we have this document? What are you going to talk about in this context? Or just asking a question. Those things, I feel as though it's within my authority and discretion to handle those, and I don't want to be wasting people's time. Maybe it's too plainly stated.
The hypotheticals I'm thinking about are such where, for example, such and such governmental agency is issuing this decision with respect to the Ethics Commission. Can you care to comment on that, Madam Executive Director? I don't think that is appropriate to throw the Executive Director in that position at all to speak on behalf of some wild hypothetical, or a court order has done this. Care to comment? Those are some of the issues that I'm envisioning that just don't seem appropriate, that the Executive Director should be the spokesperson for the Commission. And maybe those happen so few a time that I'm just imagining bizarre possibilities, but that's a big part behind some of the things I've been thinking.
Mark?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think that those are legitimate issues and those have come up in the past, specifically when there has been a request to, do you have something to say in light of somebody else's action? That's come up in legislative discussions. What I have done in the past is reached out to the chair, and I've told the media person typically, I will get back to you, and then I will have that communication or talk to the chair. And in some instances, the commission has issued a statement, but it's been from the chair, not from me as executive director. So I think there are times that this policy could be adapted to that. And if I'm being frank, that shouldn't be me. It should be the commission who is talking, and the public needs to know that it is the commission talking, even if I'm the one facilitating it behind the scenes, right? Making sure that things get where they need to get. That's my job. But it needs to come from the commission. And so I think that the policy, the way that it's worded, doesn't necessarily allow for that or consider that or take that into account. There are degrees of media inquiry. There's, DEFCON 1, DEFCON 4, and DEFCON, I don't know what those are, but you get what I'm saying. Like, there's different things. And I don't think the executive director should be asked to respond, particularly when it is involving either an investigation or a complaint or another state entity.
I think that you stated that very well. I agree.
So how do we fix this? Or are we going to add an F to get to how you just articulated that? And I guess kind of to what I was saying too, that tenet, or at least in practice, it's been that the executive director consults or discusses this, depending upon the context of the inquiry, that it's always been done in concert with the chair. But then I don't think we also get to, Mark, to your other point or issue about when, why, and how would individual commission members be, I guess, okay with responding to a media inquiry, and same rules hold. If outlet reaches out to one of you individually or us individually, how, do we just respond if we can? And or should we confer with the exec director before we respond?
Cindy, I would recommend with the chair. Sorry, Mark, I spoke over you. I didn't mean to.
Oh, that's okay. I think that I don't know if a policy needs to articulate every specific instance or hypothetical, but I think that if a commission member receives a media inquiry, it's not inappropriate to communicate to the chair, the executive director, or both, just because we're all accountable to each other as well. Yeah. I don't think that's inappropriate.
So do we just need to add an F? Kind of to what how you stated that, Mark?
I think the consideration of individual commissioners speaking to the media is a simple fix by adding an F. Like if Mark, I'm just picking on you, Mark, but if he wants to say that the earth is flat, then Commissioner Western can say that the earth is flat. But as it pertains to putting the executive director in a position where, she may have to speak, she may be in a position to speak on our behalf, I think we need to clear C up. Let me back up and just say, I think we need to clear C up. And I'm trying to come up with a way to state it differently. Because
so can we just say the chair or the exec director serves as the individuals to speak on behalf of the commission?
We could say, what if we said the chair may or the commission may empower the executive director to speak on behalf of the commission?
That could be workable.
Drafting suggestion, if you scroll down to our advisory opinion policy, the executive director will consult with the chairperson. If you want to do a consult or the executive director in conjunction with the chair, and then it leaves some flexibility for who is ever serving as chair to define that relationship, how you're going to respond to media inquiries if that person's not readily available when they come in, however you want to set the stage, understanding that the chair will rotate or change over time.
So it would read, the executive director in conjunction with the chair is to serve as the individual assigned to speak on behalf. Is that how you would envision that one reading?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Just a suggestion.
So if we were to do a change like that, I'd like the commission to consider that perhaps we articulate very specific instances
in which the chair and not the executive director can speak on behalf of the commission and identify, because I think how Mark articulated it, that would be few and far between, but they would be very important. And that we ensure that that communication is coming from the chair. Obviously, the executive director can always facilitate that, but from the chair or the chair's designee in response to, I'm going to just name, findings of the commission, litigation issues. And would that be workable? Maybe, maybe not. I'm looking at Logan as the drafter.
It might be difficult if the chair's not available for some reason.
Well,
Also-
then maybe we can cleft in a little bit of the language that exists in C. The chair or his or her designee under consultation with the executive director.
Yeah, because then I don't think you need to put that designee in both. It can be the chair's designee in consultation with the executive director. And if Rebecca's gone, we know that Logan would speak in her behalf. I mean, so.
What I actually do, Ron, is if we get those inquiries while she is gone, I let them know she is not available, or I'll forward it to the chair. I've done that before too, but Rebecca's usually reachable by phone, so she is always
Yeah.
kept in the, that's her role. I
Well-
only come and play under this policy when there's a legal question, or I'm designated to speak to a legal question.
Well, I know you could speak otherwise too. You're a smart guy.
I have enough where I'm okay.
So the chair or his or her designee in consultation with the executive director.
Yes.
Broad enough to cover everything.
I think that's pretty. I think that creates some flexibility. And the language I've got for a draft F right now is nothing in this policy shall prohibit or frustrate individual commission members from responding to requests from media, comma, in consultation with the chair and executive director, period. To repeat sub F, draft, nothing in this policy shall prohibit or frustrate individual commission members from responding to requests from media, comma, in consultation with the chair and executive director, period.
Mr. Wester, do you think you can drop that in an email to us, please?
Then I just
Oh, got it.
yeah, I'll do that right now.
Hey, actually, if you just screenshot it and text it to me, that will be good.
Look at this. We've got government going on by text. This is crazy.
Which
I
is,
don't have,
oh,
So what about D? Do we need to do anything with D then? Or do we get rid of D?
let me just speak to D quickly. If the commission wants to change it, I think that could be workable. We might, one thing is maybe just to, I think the benefit of having an executive director where everything comes to the executive director is that just that they're available from 8 to 5 within, and I think they're merely a repository of where it goes. I guess that's how I've always interpreted D.
Sure.
That it is the place that everybody knows to go, and then from there, But
Yeah.
I'm also open to,
Well, just on the flip side, it's not binding on the people making the inquiry. They can inquire with any
Right.
one of you and you can say, well, that has to go through the office, but is it
Yeah.
surplusage at this point? Like, we can't require people to
Right.
contact
No,
Rebecca.
our internal policy says you. have to,
Yes.
If people have contacted me directly and I know with C that she has to be the one to speak. So of course, I'm gonna loop her in also as my supervisor, but
Mark, are you still okay with D?
In light of draft F and amendment to C, yes, I am.
All right. So we've got the changes we all agree to, right? I think we're okay.
I expect we probably need to make a motion on that.
yes.
yes.
So I can speak my motion as to the addition of sub F, but I'm going to need to pitch to staff for verbiage of amendment to C. So I move that the media policy be amended to include subsection F, which states, nothing in this policy shall prohibit or frustrate individual commission members from responding to requests from media in consultation with the chair and executive director, period. And
Okay.
to amend subsection C to state that the chair, to insert the language, the chair, comma, or his or her, oh, son of a gun, is C, the chair, comma, or his or her designee, comma, in consultation with the executive director, to insert that language in sub C. I make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion to amend the media relations policy. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, Addie, please call the roll.
Commissioner Wright, aye. Commissioner Sharp, aye. Commissioner Western,
Aye.
Vice Chair Goodman,
Aye.
and Chair Lindquist.
Aye. Good work. We're moving along, but I'm going to note it's 2:33 according to my clock. And we are now at item 10 on the agenda. We still have several things to get to. I'm going to suggest, commissioners, if you will agree, that we table item 10 and that possibly we convene a special meeting on our strategic plan. That might give our new helper, Victoria, some time also then to come up with some other ideas relative as we kind of rework our plan, including, remember, the vision and mission statements that we kind of talked about at last meeting. And I'm suggesting we just table this item and have a special meeting because we do have a lot more work to do yet today. Any objections or comments?
I agree.
Good idea.
All right, and Rebecca, maybe you could just do a email poll or something to try to schedule a specific special meeting to get back. And I think that might be a better use of our time to really, because planning is important. And I know some of us don't like doing planning, but it's really part of our responsibility, but it's also just good
Speak
business.
for
and how to-
yourself, Chair. I love planning.
how to do our work, but it does set the stage, and particularly at this juncture that we're in and going forward. So it's just, and we actually got a lot of work done last month, that half a day we spent on it. So I really appreciated all the input, particularly on the mission statement, the visioning and all that we had done. So yeah, it's important. So let's try to find a day or half a day where we can get together on Teams, I guess, for a special meeting. Thank you. All right. And I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break before we get to item 11. I have 2:36, so let us reconvene in 10 minutes, please. Okay, we're back. The minutes will show that the executive session was adjourned at 4:40 p.m. The public has been invited to return to the meeting. We are now back in open session. At this time, I will entertain any motions.
Madam Chair, I move to close complaint number 23-011 as recommended in the report.
I second that.
We have a motion on the floor. Addie, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hubright.
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp.
Aye.
Commissioner Western.
Aye.
And Chair Lindquist.
Aye.
I have a motion. I have a motion to summarily dismiss complainant number 26-008, 26-010, and 26-011.
I second.
And for lack of personal jurisdiction, correct?
Correct. Sorry.
Thank you. Addie, please read the roll.
Commissioner Hubright.
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp.
Aye.
Commissioner Western.
Aye.
Chair Lindquist.
Aye. All right, we are down to the last item on the agenda, April meeting logistics. Rebecca?
I will be really short. April meeting logistics. This is the meeting that we have set in Fargo. I have worked with, Mark, we're coming your way. We are going to be at the West Fargo Firehouse. Okay, they have some meeting rooms that are pretty great. They're easily accessible. They have parking. So that is where we will be. They have all of the IT that we need. And we had talked to NDSU, but there's always the concern of parking on campus and getting members there. The Fargo Firehouse can also accommodate public comment, meaning that they have a way to do that. So they have everything that we need. So that is where we will be. Addie will work on hotel reservations for those of us that are going to be traveling to Fargo. Cindy, if you want to indicate to us if you're going to be driving when and coming down the night before or what you'll be doing, that'll be good. And that is it for logistics.
And this is on the 24th, right?
It's the 24th, correct? That's what
Yes.
Yeah.
that's what,
Good. Sure.
it's another Friday.
And in person.
And it's in person, yep. There is some local community civic groups that asked if they could share the word, which is who I had used to contact and say, hey, we're going to have a meeting. Where should we do it? And so Belle, I'm guessing Victoria will help us with that. So that's great. We'll get to see her in action for the first time. That's it, Cindy.
All right. Well, I have 4:45 p.m. and we have completed all the items on our agenda. So great day, good meeting. Thank you, Rebecca, Logan, and Addie for all the preparation. and the good work. And Jared, also for your work too, and on the staffing reports and information. But thank you all. Good day. And we'll see you next month.
Next
We
week.
are
Next
adjourned.
week.
Oh, next week, yeah. We are adjourned.
Thank you.